everyone, welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candice Marie. Thanks for joining me. I'll be your astrologer this month for the horoscopes for the month of March 2024. If you guys are new to my channel, welcome. If you guys are returning, it's nice to see you again. Thank you for joining me as we talk about what is taking place for all of the 12 rising signs in the very next month. So let's go ahead and get into it. I have just a few offerings for you guys before we get started. We are in the midst of eclipse season this month. Eclipses are going to be starting up at the end of March and also the beginning of April. So you guys are feeling it now that we are a couple of weeks out. I'm working on something super special. I'm putting it together and I'm going to be doing a deep dive video, which will be an extended reading for the spring 2024 eclipses. So we're going to have a lunar eclipse in Libra, a solar eclipse in Aries. You'll see the Aries eclipse next month in April. And I'm working on these deep dive videos for each of the 12 rising signs. So keep an eye out for them. They're going to be coming out in early March, sometime in the first half of the month. They'll be available for purchase on my website, and you guys really should head over to my website and join my newsletter so that way you are alerted as to when they go live. I'm actually setting some time aside in early March to film these, and I'm going to do something a little bit different. You guys will still get my eclipse videos that I'm going to do for the channel. This is just going to be more in-depth and talking to you about how these eclipses are going to play out over time. I'm also going to be doing some channeled messages for you guys and some different ways to be able to kind of ritualize and work with these eclipses, especially because the new year, the real new year, the astrological new year starts in March when the sun ingresses into Aries. Then we have a new moon solar eclipse that's going to be in early April. That's great for new beginnings in the midst of a Mercury retrograde. And the themes are all about healing and trusting, even if we can't see what's really going on. So we all need a little bit of faith. If you guys want to check that out, please do, because that supports me as a full-time content creator. And if you like my work and you want to see more of it, please make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe. Give me a thumbs up. Come back to this video. Let me know how the month played out for you. I love reading your guys' comments. Consider joining my memberships as well if you would like. Or you can scan that QR code up there if you want to give me a tip and you appreciate the reading. You guys are always really awesome and very generous, so I appreciate that always. I do live readings on the channel generally on Fridays. We're usually here Fridays at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. We alternate between tarot and astrology, but I'm going to tell you guys now we're going to have a couple alterations early in the month because my husband's traveling and yeah, we've got some stuff going on, so we're kind of having to flip-flop some days. So make sure you're subscribed. You'll see on the community tab, we'll be posting that when we're going to be doing these live readings. I think one we might bump and one we're going to be doing, I believe, like on a Thursday. So you guys want to be on the lookout for that. Especially as eclipses are getting closer at the end of the month, it's a great way to get an idea of how these energies are impacting your chart. So you guys can find that always in the community tab. We post that weekly, and you can sign up in advance if you'd like to get a tarot or astrology reading. Now, if you would like to book a personal one-on-one reading with me, I would love to talk to you. I do live Zoom sessions with my clients. I offer full hours, half hours, synastry, solar return, election readings, and much, much more. So whether you just want to see what's going on in your natal aspects in your natal chart, you want to have your chart done, or you are curious about the upcoming transits for the year, I'm your girl. You guys can find me at beyondtheveiltarot.com. You can see all of my services listed there, and openings are now beginning in June and July of 2024. So I've got a couple months wait. So definitely book an appointment if you know that you have a birthday coming up. And we also have gift cards available. So if you're interested in gifting the gift of a reading, it's an awesome gift. You can get an instant download on my website of a gift card and send it to a friend or loved one. So once again, that's at beyondtheveiltarot.com. All right, so let's go ahead and get into transits that catch my eye. Obviously, you guys see all like the Pisces theme. So many planets coming into contact, both with Saturn as well as Neptune. There is a very Piscean kind of vibe out in the air. I'm going to kind of roll through these rather quickly because I'm short on time today. I want to make sure I get all of your guys' 12 rising signs in pretty thoroughly. This is just the general reading for the rising sign. So if this is the first time you're seeing me, basically what you want to do is you want to listen for your ascendant or rising sign first, and then you want to listen to your sun and your moon sign. I especially recommend listening to the moon sign this month because we will have a lunar eclipse in Libra. So those will all be impacting us both with our ascendant and our sun, but also with our moon. So consider listening to all three. I will be doing another video that will be the last general astro weather in the month of February, and I'll do a whole overview on March. I plan on also doing like the spring equinox chart. At least here in the northern hemisphere, it's the spring. But I'm going to talk to you guys about what that says really for the better part of the next year. So when that sun ingress happens, we are in a new energy. So these are just the kind of cherry-picked transits that I wanted to kind of touch on for all of you. I'll take it through the 12 rising signs and we'll talk about how this is going to be impacting you. And then you'll also get a tarot card. Just a heads up, you guys can also find these dates of the transits in the description box below. So if you click the show me more, or where it says, like, I guess the drop down menu that you get under this video, under the description, click that. It will take you through all of the links and stuff that I have for my courses, for my products, for my website, but also it will show you these particular dates. So if you're wanting to kind of note them down, they're there for you. And I recommend taking a picture too. So you can do that too if you're not somebody who doesn't already have like a transit calendar. So these are only a fraction of them. We'll cover some more in March in general next month. So it's going to start basically on March the 3rd. So we're going to see Venus's square to Uranus and Taurus. So Venus is still moving through Aquarius. She's going to come into a hard angled square with Uranus and Taurus. You got some mutual reception. There are going to be makeups and shakeups and lots of changes with relationships, with values, with friends, and also I think with the financial markets. Squares create pressure, and Venus wants to relate. She wants to socialize. She's in a sign that deals with freedom, and she's squaring Uranus, which is her dispositor. So this is a day that's probably going to be about making some changes to our preferences, to how we are with our resources, with our relationships. And that pressure can create some really unexpected pops. Then we're going to have on the 8th of the month, Mercury will conjunct Neptune and Pisces. This is the day that you really want to read the fine print. I would not recommend making any real serious commitments, signing contracts, because there's something that's a little fuzzy when it comes into conjunction with Neptune. Now, it can mean that we have like an intuitive download. We're feeling more kind of connected to our higher self. Maybe we're using meditation, we're reflecting and really paying attention to what our emotions are trying to tell us. Great transit for divination and also dream interpretation. Then on the 9th of the month, we're going to see Mars in Aquarius come into a square with Uranus in Taurus. And this is a rock'em sock'em day. Mars wants freedom. It is out there fighting for a cause in Aquarius. And as it squares with Uranus and Taurus, actions have consequences. Things can kind of go bang, and there can be some heated tension that can lead to some kind of like eruption that can have a major physical, financial effect. Remember, Mars rules the North Node, guys. So we're looking at, that North Node being connected to Aries. I do think that we can see some groups of people that are either in the positive sense, standing up for themselves, speaking up for freedom, being more independent, forming their own networks. And then the downside is that we could definitely see where speaking out has some financial repercussions, has some physical repercussions, and it's definitely a little bit of like a battle of the egos with some of that square. So not a day you want to go toe-to-toe with anybody. I'm expecting some kind of like meltdowns or some kind of power outages or issues also with the internet or technology. The very same day, the sun in Pisces will sextile Uranus and Taurus. So it's also kind of building off of that square where it may be unexpected, out of the blue. We don't see where it's coming. Something is failing. It's shutting down. It's coming to a close. Or it's slowing down or dissolving. And that's what leads to some issues with, I think, Uranus and Taurus. So sextiles are friendly energies. It does mean that we can tap into our intuition and, be more aware of what it's telling us when it comes to, making changes and kind of leaning into innovations. But it does make me feel like it's playing off of that Mars square Uranus where we're like, oh, somebody cut the lights off. What happened? Oh, nobody knows what happened. You know, where did the power go? So it's a little bit of a suspicious day there, just in my mind. Also on the 9th, we're going to see Mercury enter into the sign of Aries. So at least our mind is set on new beginnings. We are focused on initiating something new. We are thinking quickly, moving, acting bravely, and really learning to think more independently, learning to think for ourselves. So that'll be a big transit, obviously, if you are a Gemini or a Virgo rising, because you're ruled by Mercury. And also for Aries placements, I think this is going to be a lot of asking yourself, what do I think? What do I want, right? And learning to kind of think on your feet a little bit. On the 11th of the month, Venus enters Pisces. So Venus moves into her exaltation. Wonderful placement for this. We've got like a sweet spot before Venus comes into conjunction with Saturn and also Neptune. Throughout the month, we'll see some sextiles to Jupiter and Uranus. I will talk about that in the monthly, so there is room for something to grow. But essentially, we're coming to the end of the year, guys. All these planets going into Pisces means things are winding down, it's dissolving, it's kind of getting flushed away, or naturally kind of coming to, you know, some kind of completion or conclusion. So the key here, I think, is to move with the energies of these planets. It's to kind of slow down, reflect, take some time, meditate, you know, maybe rest and recuperate, take some time alone as we're preparing for this new year that's going to be coming in closer to the 19th. But basically, you know, Venus in Pisces, she's in her exaltation. So it is very whimsical and romantic and poetic and inspirational. There is kind of getting lost in these waves of emotion. So we've got a sweet spot before Venus comes into contact with Saturn and before Venus comes into contact with Neptune that I would say make the most of it. You'll see from some of the sextiles from Venus to Jupiter and Uranus that we have to believe that we can actually make our dreams come true. That's even so much true about, you know, Saturn. Saturn in Pisces is about making our dreams a reality, learning not to daydream, learning to really show up and make magic happen. So Venus comes in and she's going to kind of help us design and create and feel inspired. So if you're an artist, if you're into photography, cinematography, anything that's artistic or like musical or even spiritual, it's a wonderful transit. Obviously very lovely for my Venus ruled people, Taurus and Libra risings. Now then on the 17th, we will see the Sun conjunct Saturn in, Sun conjunct Neptune in Pisces, Sun conjunct Neptune in Pisces. So this is a kind of looking through the looking glass day. This is where we can feel kind of dazzled, or we can feel inspired or creative or lazy or spiritual. It is a day that I think we're becoming aware of what we are needing to sacrifice or what we are needing to give up. There is this sense of becoming aware of our spiritual purpose or our goals. It can be a day where there's some otherworldly experiences or some kind of spiritual phenomenons taking place. And generally when the Sun conjuncts Neptune, because the Sun burns bright and Neptune is like this kind of watery, foggy planet, it does represent a softening. And so on one hand, I could see this as like almost like a lens that kind of makes everything fuzzy and kind of like beautiful, but it can also create this lower energy kind of day. We need to be mindful with some of the Neptune conjunctions this month that not everything is what it seems. And so I for one, like to use these transits to look for those little synchronicities in the universe where there's like little license plates and numbers and other things that are coming up for me that's like signs and signals from the universe. And with these conjunctions to Neptune, it can be saying like you can open up to this, or you know it is worth the sacrifice, or you're on the right path. You're going to have to see where it lands in your chart. But very similar to when Mercury conjunct Neptune on the 8th, we're becoming aware of what is kind of maybe dissolving or kind of dissipating in our life as we're preparing for something new. Then finally on the 19th, we're going to see the Sun enter into Aries. So it'll be moving into its exaltation. So essentially the Sun in Aries is very strong. It's giving us the opportunity to initiate new goals, to go in new directions. And it doesn't really matter where Aries in your chart is. This is really the energy, right, for the end of March into early April, where we are initiating something new. We're going to see an eclipse there. We're going to see a retrograde there. So basically what it wants us to do is take some kind of new action, focus on new goals, focus on ourselves, be assertive, be brave, be courageous. Even if we don't know how we're going to finish what we're doing, we at least need to get started. So this is an area of your chart that you want to become very familiar with because there will be so much action here. And like I said, it doesn't matter which house this is, because Aries is kind of what initiates new life. So even if you happen to have it in your 6th house or your 10th house, you are initiating something new here, which is going to create kind of like a domino effect that's really setting you up for the next 12 months. And so it really takes a little bit of action over the next month in this area of your chart. Obviously really strong for Leo placements as well as Aries placements because it's activating your guys' charts. And then on the 21st of the month, we're going to see a Venus conjunct Saturn in Pisces. I'm actually probably a little bit more positive and optimistic about this maybe than some other astrologers. You know, I think of like traditional astrology and how, you know, Venus is exalted, Saturn is exalted in Libra. So it really talks about that strength and that commitment and, you know, where long-term goals and relationships kind of fuse together and become that solid bedrock foundation. So when I see Venus conjunct Saturn in the chart, you know, the positive is that we're dealing with an exalted Venus. So Venus is in the sign of arts and creativity and spirituality and things that are about dreams and stuff that's whimsical. And so that conjunction to Saturn basically says it is possible to make your dreams a reality. It is a good time to be daydreaming and vision boarding and putting things together about what you're trying to manifest when it comes to your professional goals, when it comes to your reputation. Like Saturn can deal with career stuff. It's about also making the commitment and the sacrifices for the things that we love, the people that we love. Yeah, it's really positive for really, I think, like committing or recommitting to projects, people, or things, realizing that a little bit of hard work and sometimes sacrifice is what's necessary in order for things to kind of come to fruition. On the downside, you know, if you're not using it for business or for commitment, it can be a day where some people can be feeling a little down about, you know, their love life, or they can be feeling a little discouraged about a relationship, or maybe there's feeling some blockages or something in regards to being able to connect to what it is that you truly love or desire. And so the key here, I think, is for me, you know, I have Venus conjunct Saturn, so I find that it manifests a lot for me in my life of like being someone who really prioritizes relationships and really prioritizes, you know, timelines and sticking to timelines and creating things. And yeah, just the hard work and the dedication, I think, in relationships and also in what I create in my art and also my business. But I think in Pisces, I think like what a wonderful time to like set up like a little like love altar. And, you know, maybe put out a chalice and a few seashells or something that you can be offering Venus in honor of her, something that you're willing to sacrifice, you know, a piece of chocolate, a tablespoon of honey, some beautiful jewelry, maybe some perfume, something you can put out there for her in honor of her. And I say this because Pisces is not just about sacrifice, but it's about altar spaces, temples, churches, spiritual places. So, you know, bring out all of your Venus stuff, make an offering to Venus, and let her know that, you know, you're hoping that she is going to bless you because you're committed and devoted to her. And that might help you kind of roll through that transit a little bit easier. But yeah, we do see, you know, commitments being made, engagements, long-term planning, business planning that can all happen with this particular conjunction. Really wonderful, once again, if you work in Pisces type energies. So whether you work in a hospital or if you work in, you know, mental, emotional health, or maybe you do work in photography or arts or even, you know, nonprofit, this can literally be about significant women or relationships coming in to kind of help you, or maybe it could be you, right? All right, so then on the 22nd of the month, we are going to see Mars enter into Pisces. So this is like a Pisces party. I mean, it really is leading up to the end of the month anyway, but we've seen this like stellium of all these planets in Aquarius now shift into Pisces. So, you know, at this time we're going to have Mercury there, no, Mercury will have already left. We're going to have Neptune, Saturn, and Mars and Venus all being there. And it's all behind the sun, okay, which is in Aries. So there still is this feeling until we fully get all of these planets into Aries over the next couple of weeks and months that we are still waiting for this completion cycle to end, and then we start to see all the new things arrive. You guys will see that when like Mars and Venus enter into Aries. But Mars and Pisces, I like to use this kind of description. I'm like, okay, so imagine you're in a car and you're driving in a swimming pool, right? You're not really going to go very far. You're not going to go very fast. Mars is a planet that is about, taking action, and it's very linear, and it's very masculine, and it's direct and to the point, and it's really about, courage, bravery, and heat, action, passion, anger, war. So when you put Mars in the sign of Pisces, it's kind of like, I don't really know where I'm going. I'm swimming in the fishbowl. And it feels the need to kind of lead in a much more intuitive manner. We might notice that our energy levels fluctuate. We may also notice that there is a sense of needing to feel very inspired or very, connected, or very much believing in what actions we need to be taking. Kind of funky because the North Node, like I said, it's ruled by Aries. And so you're going to see Aries in this Piscean sign behind the sun. So to some extent, things are still wrapping up and kind of clearing out. So for some of us, we're going to be like, what the heck is going on? Like, it's supposed to be Aries season. New things are starting, and they are starting. You will see that in this next month. But there's still a slew of planets that are going to be moving through Pisces. So it's still going to kind of feel like, okay, hurry up, let's go. And you're still waiting, right? There's a little bit of a pause or a little bit of a lag or a delay. So much of this month is really about trusting in the process, right? Even though we see all these planets in Pisces, we want to work with the sextiles to Jupiter and also to Uranus. So think of Pisces as like the vision board. Think of it as the temple space, the church, your altar. Something that is about really sitting and manifesting and praying and visualizing and holding that image. That's what we need to be doing. We need to keep doing that because the sextiles of these planets to Jupiter and Uranus are basically going to help build up that momentum so we can actually build this new reality, right? We can actually have exponential growth, which a lot of us are going to see in May, June, and July. It takes a little bit of faith to move through this month. It's going to require probably a little bit of prayer, a little bit of patience, and some time for reflection. So when in doubt, do these things. That's going to be very helpful in being able to move forward. And then finally, we have a lunar eclipse in Libra. This is going to be at 5 degrees. This lunar eclipse, full moon in Libra, will be taking place on the 25th of March. All right, so we've had a number of these eclipses already. Actually, the Libra eclipses, I believe, began, back in the fall of 2023. So if you think back to that point in time, we had a solar eclipse in Libra. This is that completion phase. So now we're kind of seeing, what we have been working on since we had that particular eclipse. I'm going to give you the date for that right now. Should have had that, but that's okay. So that was a solar eclipse in Libra at 21 degrees, and this was on October 14th, 2023. So now you want to be thinking about, okay, what have I been working on completing since the fall of 2023? You got to look at where Libra is in your chart. Libra rules relationships, balance, cause and effect. It is also about beauty, and it can be about business relationships and partnerships and counselors and therapists. It doesn't just have to be about romantic love. Although Venus is the ruler of this particular eclipse, and Venus is going to be in conjunction to Saturn. We will actually see both with the Libra lunar eclipse in the end of March and the solar eclipse in Aries at the beginning of April. Both of those are going to feature the ruler of the eclipses, both Venus and Mars, in conjunction to Saturn. I'll talk about this a lot more when I get into, doing my eclipse videos, but I just want to remind everybody, don't just look at where Aries and Libra is. You have to really be paying attention because the rulers are going to be conjunct Saturn and Pisces. So that's both, quincunx or in conjunct Libra South Node or Moon. And it's also right behind the Aries solar eclipse that will be coming. So it tells me that these eclipses are karmic. right? Saturn is karma, the Lord of karma. And he is both showing us where the unwillingness to make a sacrifice or let something go or heal something or clear the past life karma or work through, you know, some of the soul lessons can actually be destabilizing for us. It can cause some problems. Some of us might be feeling like we're just fighting through these waves of emotions this month, or kind of questioning, what's blocking me? What's the problem? You know, like what's going on? And Saturn in Pisces means it's vibes, you know, it's spiritual energies, it's spiritual warfare, it's, you know, energetic blocks. It's things that we have to work out in other realms, like our dreams or meditation, or, you know, sitting in ceremony, or working with like a shaman or a therapist. Things that we have to heal in churches and temples, things that require prayer, ritual, sacrifice, spiritual work, religious work. So you're going to see that there's going to be a lot of energy, I think, revolving around cleansing, clearing, baptisms. And I'm not getting like preachy or religious on you guys. You know, you guys choose your own adventure with that stuff. I think it's all one and the same. But I, for one, find myself throughout some of these Saturn in Pisces transits regularly like referencing, you know, the Bible. I mean, I think some of the stuff that's going on right now, it's clear as day, it's very biblical. You don't have to believe in it to see that there is some kind of correlation with what's going on. And so whether you meditate or you pray, regardless of your faith or your belief system or, you know, your religion, you could be an atheist for that matter, okay? You want to take time to sit and really reflect and be open and be willing to kind of clear some of these blockages in a way where you are becoming aware, basically, of what's kind of, you know, standing between you and what you're trying to get to. And if you want to pray, if you want to meditate, if you want to chant, if you want to listen to music, if you want to paint, whatever your meditation or your ritual is, I recommend that you do it this month, because we have to start breaking up some of these blockages that are happening in kind of like the ethers, because that's where it's coming from. So hopefully that makes sense, because people are going to be like, what's the block? Or where is this coming from? We can't see it. It's invisible, right? It's Pisces. Anyway, obviously with lunar eclipses, they're highly emotional. And when we see a lunar eclipse that's in Libra, relationship stuff happens, especially because it's a south node eclipse. And the ruler is conjunct, you know, Saturn. So I think that for me, this is the eclipse that's going to teach us what relationships are really made of. You know, who really is in our corner, who really loves us, who we can really rely on, who we can really be thankful for, whether that's friends, family, spouses, boyfriends, girlfriends, whatever, you know, sugar daddies. Definitely Saturn, Venus could be some sugar daddy energy. Anyway, we'll talk about that when we obviously get to the 12 rising signs. I'll tell you where it's happening. But once again, remember, I'm going to put out videos later in this next month that's about the eclipses. And I really recommend picking up that bit that I'm going to be putting together on the extended readings, because a lot of them are going to be channeled messages for you guys. And I'm going to work with the 12 rising signs and talk about what you need to be actually unblocking. All right, so just as a recap for ingresses this month, on the 9th, Mercury enters Aries. So obviously Aries, Gemini, Virgo, this is going to affect you. On the 11th, Venus enters Pisces. So my Tauruses, Libras, and Pisces, this is going to affect you. And on the 19th, the Sun enters Aries. So Aries and Leo, this is going to affect you. And then on the 22nd of the month, we're going to see Mars entering Pisces. So my Aries, Scorpio, and Pisces, these are going to affect you because it's either your ruling planet or it's moving into your sign. And then finally, those two lunations. So we're going to see a March 9th, that will be a new moon in Pisces at 20 degrees. And on March 24th, we are going to be seeing a full moon lunar eclipse in Libra at 5 degrees. But as soon as we get to the new moon in Pisces, it's like on like Donkey Kong. You guys are already going to start feeling the eclipse energies that are coming in at the end of March, beginning of April. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So let me take you guys to the next slide. And obviously this is going to be the March 2024 horoscopes. This will be for the 12 rising signs. I am a tropical Western astrologer. I see a lot of people asking me this over and over. I am not a Vedic astrologer. I'm a Western astrologer. For the sake of my readings, I do this in whole sign format. So I recommend listening for your ascendant or rising sign first. This is going to tell you exactly where the planets are moving in zodiacal order. Then listen for your sun sign. So that's going to tell you what you need for overall creativity, happiness, joy in your career. And then listen to your moon sign. Please listen to your moon sign this month because we have that full moon lunar eclipse. So you may feel like you really resonate with the moon sign, maybe a little bit more than usual in the month of March. And oh my goodness, well, I'm excited to get into this and see what's happening for all of you guys, because there's kind of like endings and beginnings that are taking place all at the same time. But you know, this is eclipse season. So let's go ahead and get into the first rising sign. What's up, Aries and Aries rising? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to your March 2024 horoscopes. All right, so truth be told, you didn't hear this in the earlier video, but I just realized, even though it's mostly an April transit, we are coming into Mercury shadow this month, and it will be in your sign. So I will be telling all the signs this, but I wanted to let you know that that's coming. So be aware of that. Obviously, Mars is your ruling planet, so we're going to be focusing on what's going on with Mars this month first. Basically, the big thing that you want to be watching for is on the 22nd of the month, Mars will be leaving Aquarius, where you have been really spending more time focusing on your goals, socializing, hanging out with friends, networking. Now it's moving into the 12th house. This is going to materialize as you resting, recuperating, getting away from it all, escaping away from it all, and really kind of finding some quiet alone time. So whether you want to do a retreat, maybe you want to travel a little bit, get some extra sleep. These are things that you really want to be paying attention to, because you're going to be feeling like you're kind of in your cocoon with all these planets in your 12th house this month. You will see the sun also ingress into Aries as well. So if you happen to be a March Aries, happy birthday to you. All right, so let's start first on the 3rd of the month. We're going to see Venus, which will at the time be in Aquarius. So early in the month, Venus is still transiting Aquarius, where it's bringing more harmony, more opportunities for socializing, friends, connections, networking, and maybe even trying to meet people. Venus will come into a square with Uranus. Well, Venus rules relationships, so I could see it being like a relationship with a friend. And there being a little bit of a disagreement or a squabble over values or your belief system, or even over money. This can also be about your financial goals changing, and somebody is trying to influence you or trying to get you to think differently about money, what you do with it, and also what you prioritize, what you're investing your time or maybe even your energy into. Just watch for borrowing and lending around friends. It can also be a time where people can be very passionate about their belief systems, and there could be a little bit of some difference of opinion on politics or just how the world is run. So be mindful of that. It does, because it dings the South Node transit, it definitely can result in there being some loss of relationships or loss of friendships there. It's a quick moving transit though. On the 8th of the month, Mercury will be conjunct Neptune and Pisces. So you've got Mercury early in the month that's moving through Pisces through your 12th house. And while Mercury is there, you're dreaming, you're meditating, you're manifesting. Maybe you are taking more time to kind of read or learn behind the scenes, crawling up with a good book and getting some alone time. This can also be a time where you're focusing more on the health of your sleep, or maybe you're rearranging your bedroom, or you're making some changes to some stuff behind the scenes. Mercury in the 12th house teaches us that the emotional body is very much impacted by physical habits. So this is a month where you can very easily slip up and fall back into bad habits with all these planets in the 12th house. Oversleeping, watching too much TV, calling in sick to work, that kind of stuff. So there can be this sluggishness that's going on with all these planets in the 12th house. And really what I think the goal here is to try to move more so intuitively. Listen to what your body is telling you, what your body needs. It's very, very important for you to be doing that. While Mercury conjunct Neptune, it is possible that there is some challenges revolving around getting your to-do list done, or maybe there is some misunderstandings with a coworker and some scheduling issues. But on the flip side, this is a great time to be doing some divination work, getting a reading, pulling a couple tarot cards, and kind of better understanding what's going on in the world around you from a more spiritual lens. On the 9th of the month, we will both have sorry, I'm looking at my notes here, the new moon in Pisces. So there's going to be a new moon that's going to be taking place here in your 12th house. We will also be having Mars in Aquarius. It will be coming into a square with Uranus. So remember earlier in the month when I said on the 3rd, Venus squared Uranus? Okay. Now Mars squares Uranus. So this is a transit you want to watch out for, because it does mean that through some kind of action that you're taking with a goal, with a friend, with a group of people, it does have some kind of financial implication, or it does have some kind of like repercussion. It's a time that I would not be too hasty in buying, spending, moving money. There can definitely be this feeling of wanting to jump into purchasing or buying something, or moving your money into something that you align with, but it can be something that happens too quickly. So be mindful of that. Same day, we will see the sun in Pisces, sextile Uranus and Taurus. So the sun is in the 12th house and it's coming into a sextile with Uranus. And I really feel like this can really materialize as, on one hand, a very creative transit. You know, the sun can be about what you're doing spiritually behind the scenes, or what you're creating, or what you're drawing or designing or watching. And it's making you feel kind of like alive, like it's awakening your spirit. So it's a very inspirational transit as well for being able to feel like you want to create or design something. And then on the same day, Mercury is going to enter into your sign. So Mercury will move into Aries. Kind of a big deal, because we are going to see that Mercury will basically be in Aries for quite some time, because we will eventually see at the beginning of April a Mercury retrograde. I'll talk about that more next month, but essentially Mercury in your sign is about you saying, well, what do I have to say? What do I think? How can I create better habits or better systems for myself? And so what you'll eventually see down the road is a Mercury retrograde in April in your first house, or over your sun and moon. And it's a time to really ask yourself, what do I want? What is important to me? Where am I taking action? What do I have to say? What do I need to write, teach, learn? Where do I need to go? And you're going to have a whole month next month to kind of reassess all of that stuff. But like I said, you'll start feeling the shadow as early as about the 18th. Now, this will just make you more outspoken. This will just kind of like give you the freedom to just kind of, come out with it and say the things that you need to say. On the 11th of the month, Venus enters Pisces. So you've got your 7th house and your 2nd house ruler moving into the 12th. Venus in the 12th can definitely bring this feeling of conclusions or completions in a relationship. If you're in one, it can feel like it's a time for healing or releasing or letting someone or something go. It can also be a time where there is this very dreamy, romantic, behind the scenes, wining and dining and taking time in private and being by water type of energy. So it doesn't matter if you're single or if you're in a relationship. The pros is that we want to lean into this and we really want to feel inspired and very much connected to other people. If you're single, it can be this feeling that, love is hard to find, or it's far away, or, it's challenging, especially as we're starting to kind of come into, the eclipse, which will involve a Saturn-Venus conjunction. I see this for you as like a time where, there's a lot of clearing karma in relationships, and it can happen in your dreams. It can happen in therapy sessions. It can happen in healing sessions. Something that is kind of being cleared out, that's having to kind of move through you in a spiritual way. So it can be a time where if you're feeling blocked in love, taking a bath, taking a walk on the beach, doing some kind of water ritual can be really helpful. And love can definitely be found in hidden places. So there can be some also steamy kind of romantic things going on behind the scenes. Now on the 17th of the month, the sun will conjunct Neptune in Pisces. So this is a day where I do feel like there is some kind of like completion or conclusion that's happening, either like with a creative project, or there may be something going on in regards to like children, and making sacrifices for children, or having to take care of them, or even younger people. I could see this also as a time where you're really feeling inspired to kind of just shut the world out and create or play. On the flip side, this is where you do feel tired, run down, under the weather, lethargic, you want to sleep, you just kind of want to escape it all. So be mindful throughout these transits, really for everybody, but I would say in the 12th house, that there can be escapism tendencies. Drinking, drugging, pharmaceutical abuse, mental, emotional stress, all of these things can come up very strongly. So try to roll with some of the energies. Know that the 12th house is the collective, and you could be picking up this from other people. It may not even be your stuff. And this is why kind of getting time to be alone this month is really important in kind of like sorting out what's yours versus what's other people's. Now on the 18th, Mercury enters shadow. So even though the retrograde will not begin until April 2nd, so this will be more next month, from April 2nd to the 25th, we'll see a Mercury retrograde in Aries. And boy, oh boy, is it up. This one is going to kick ass. So I wanted to make sure I told everybody about the shadow. So knowing that there's going to be a Mercury retrograde next month and you hit shadow on the 18th, my advice is after the 18th, be very particular and very cautious and very careful with anything that you are signing, agreeing to, any changes that you decide to make with your physical body, your appearance, like cutting your bangs. You don't want to do those things after the 18th. Equally, this is a time where you can start seeing some of the Mercury retrograde stuff coming up. Mercury rules your 3rd house of communication in the mind or siblings, and 6th house of work routines, coworkers, and habits. So it's possible that after the 18th, you start kind of seeing like where there's a health issue coming up that you need to take care of, because retrogrades can bring them up for, into our awareness, or where there's something that you need to heal. Now, really hear me on this, because when Mercury goes into shadow on the 18th, it will come into a conjunction with the North Node, which means when it retrogrades back next month, it'll hit the North Node several times, where we have really important conversations with Aries ourselves. So mental health stuff, physical health stuff, things revolving around breathing, things regarding, changes in your habits, and even fitness or exercise or diet, getting into new habits and realizing that you're getting in your own way, right? That can be the case. So Mercury conjunct the North Node, destined conversations, phone calls, emails, text messages, things that kind of come up that you need to know, or you need to make some kind of a change. And it's getting very close to Chiron as well. So that'll get super activated next month. We'll get into it because it's really complex, but I would really pay attention to that shadow period. And if you have to back stuff up in your computers, if you have to fix your car, if you have to sign contracts, anything you need to do, I really recommend doing it before the 18th, because the shadow is going to be a little wonky, especially for you. On the 19th, the sun will enter into Aries. And so here in the Northern Hemisphere, we consider this to be our springtime. This is the true astrological new year. Even though the sun will be in Aries, there's still a ton of planets that are going to be in Pisces. And so really we're kind of getting into April as planets are ingressing into Aries more so, that we're really starting to see that new energy of the new year. The sun in your first house, it's illuminating something about you. It's giving you activity. It's giving you energy. It's giving you main character energy as well. There's like a lot of like being seen, and it does make you feel probably a little bit more playful and a little bit more creative, because the sun rules your 5th house. On the 21st of the month, we're going to see Venus conjunct Saturn in Pisces. So this is kind of like almost like a prelude to what will then be the lunar eclipse on the 25th. Okay, so this is a couple days earlier. The reason why I say this is Venus rules your 7th house of relationships and the South Node. This is where you will have a full moon, which will be between the sun in your 1st house of self and the 7th of other people, where the moon is. So you're going to see big dramatic relationship stuff happening this month. It can mean that something's going on with a partner and they need your assistance. Or your partner's going through some kind of change and, they need some alone time, or they need some space, or they need to go to church, or they need to go to a hospital, or they need some healing. They may be away in some capacity, because Venus will be found in the 12th house. Now, it can mean completions and conclusions in relationships. We'll see. It really depends on your own personal placements. But the fact that Venus will conjunct Saturn does make me feel like there can be like becoming aware of a blockage that you're having when it comes to letting love in, or relating to other people. It can mean that there is some challenges going on with relationships with female superiors at work. And like, you know, you're kind of like seeing who some people's true colors are. And the 12th house can be about, you know, hidden enemies. So it can mean that you start to become aware, whoa, like not healing that old relationship wound is coming up and it's blocking me. Or, you know, feeling like I'm, you know, lost and I don't know how to find relationships, or I don't know how to move, you know, forward and connecting with other people. That's a wound. It's something that I need to kind of like deal with, and I need to release and let go. So these are those kind of hidden karmic walls that I was talking about with Venus conjunct Saturn in the 12th house. Yeah, love can be found in romantic, mysterious ways. Love can be found at a distance in foreign lands and places like that. But this can also be a time where, you know, you're having meetings behind closed doors with people professionally, and you're kind of getting everything ready for what may be like some new business stuff. So you'll have to let me know how that goes. And then on the 22nd, Mars moves into the 12th house. So we'll have Mars, we'll have Venus, we'll have Saturn, we'll have Neptune, all now in Pisces. So the sun's in your first house. So you're like, you know, Mercury, hi, I'm here. But there's a lot of things behind the scenes that are kind of winding down. And when Mars is in the 12th house, it does mean that you are feeling more mystical, magical, spiritual, kind of tapped in, but also there can be this sluggishness that can be going on. And you are Mars. So the 12th house can be that you're going to healing centers, you're going to temples, you're going and doing meditation classes. It can mean that this is a time where you're also just feeling like you just want to kind of hide away from it all. So pay attention to that. And then finally, you will have what will be this lunar eclipse full moon on the 25th. It will be in Libra in your natal 7th house. So this is some kind of something that you've been working on since October in regards to relationships, and finally it's going to kind of come to a head. Whether you're in one or not, even if you're not looking for one, it may show you where there is some kind of romantic interest at a distance that you weren't aware of. It may show you where there was a block or resistance to relationships you weren't aware of. And also this can be a really powerful time to work with a healer, to work with a therapist, to work with a counselor, somebody who can kind of show you where the blockages are. I would recommend with like all these planets in Pisces, like hypnotherapists, you know, massage therapists, psychics, healers, you know, people who do like faith healing, people who do cleansings, all that kinds of stuff. That's what's going to be really helpful for removing some of these blockages and helping you heal this month. So be mindful that, you know, both because you're going to have a lot of planets in the 12th house, but also Mars is going to be there. You might have to kind of find healing in strange and mysterious ways. That's kind of the vibe that I'm getting for you. Okay, so I just want to make sure, I believe I said it was the 9th, but I take that back. It's the 10th. So on the 10th of the month, we're going to see a new moon in Pisces. So it'll be in your 12th house. So it's planting a new seed when it comes to all these Pisces related things. Neptune's the ruler and it's there. So it's doubly kind of private and secluded and very spiritual. And then Jupiter's the co-ruler, and Jupiter's kind of in a sextile to that new moon. So it's kind of like you have to dream it before you can build it. You know, you have to visualize it and manifest it and meditate on it and really believe that it can be. It's before it can really start to come to be later down the road. All right, so I hope that's helpful for you, Aries. Let me give you a card and send you on your way. And like I said, if it's your birthday this month, happy birthday to you. Why am I not surprised you got this card? Four of Swords. This is the rest and recuperation card. Lying down, resting. This is also about taking a break. Okay, it could literally mean that you're like, I'm taking a few days off, or I am making a habit of getting some extra sleep on the weekends, or I am letting certain situations just, you know, letting the chips fall where they may. So much about the 12th house teaches us that whatever's going to happen is going to happen, and we have no control over it. We just have to kind of roll with the punches. And so for some of you guys coming into your birthday season, you may feel like there is this cosmic clearing out. Yes, there is. It's in preparation for you to start brand new next month. Tap into those synchronicities and stuff that's going on with the cosmos, because they're trying to help you start new. Good luck. I've got my Taurus and my Taurus risings. How are you guys doing? Welcome to March of 2024. Thanks for joining me. Obviously, you guys know I'm going to talk to you all about Venus, because Venus rules your chart. So we are going to see some Venus things going on Right off the bat, on the 3rd this month, we are going to be seeing that there will be a square between what will be Venus and Aquarius. So early in the month, she's still in your 10th house of career and reputation, and she will come into a square with Uranus in your sign. So what does it mean? Well, you're Venus, so you're super active with what's going on in your workspace, you know, working with others, connecting with others. And maybe Venus can represent people kind of like nitpicking you, or, you know, coworkers that can be giving you a hard time, or, you know, just a lot of like busy work that's going on in the workplace, or quite literally a woman in the workplace that's giving you a little bit of a hard time, and you're kind of like resisting and rebelling against, you know, being more Venusian, being kind of, you know, nice. You might be a little testy. It's interesting because, you know, Venus is in Aquarius, which is a Uranian sign, and then Uranus is in Taurus, which is a Venusian sign. So it is kind of saying more or less what's being presented is that there is something that's kind of like relationship-wise not clicking between you and another person. Now, if you don't work, it can be, you know, you're resisting, feeling like you need to have responsibility for something out in the world. It can mean that you're kind of breaking away from some kind of team effort or some kind of group collective goal. And you're just wanting to be more independent and kind of define yourself outside of the norm. Aside from that, Venus will come into Pisces. So we're going to see Venus drop into your 11th house, and we'll talk about that. But it is a nice placement. And I think that it's going to bode really well to watch Venus start coming into some sextiles of planets in your 1st house, where you will kind of start to figure out who your people are, who's got your back in a team or in a friendship sense this month. All right, so after the Venus square Uranus, which I will tell you, be very cautious with making any big or dramatic changes to your appearance, especially because it may not bode well with like parents or superiors or people at work. Then on the 8th of the month, we have Mercury conjunct Neptune in Pisces. So Mercury will be at this point in time in your 11th house, where there's more action in communicating, talking to teams, friends, networking, and Mercury rules creative projects and money. So Mercury coming into conjunction with Neptune could literally be like you and a friend, or you and a group of people, you know, coming up with a plan or dreaming up an idea for a new creative project. It might literally be, you know, starting a business with another person and kind of trying to figure out how you guys can do that, how you're going to fund it. To me, you know, this conjunction between Mercury and Neptune is like, oh, it can be this, it can be that, and that's great. But, you know, is it going to stick? That's the question. Is it all just kind of like dreams and no action, right? That's the thing that I would really kind of keep in the back of my mind. It's great to talk about it, but like I want to see these sextiles to Jupiter and Uranus have you going like, okay, let's build it. Let's actually do it. I want to see your project grow legs and run. So also watch, obviously Mercury, Neptune can be gossip. It can be slander. You know, sometimes there can be like a secret or something going on with that conjunction. And it can be that somebody is talking to you about like their relationship with another person, and they're kind of, you know, telling you something that's going on in their love life maybe. That's one way that can be playing out. On the 9th of the month, we're going to see Mars in Aquarius square Uranus in Taurus. So now we've got Mars moving through your career zone, which is about your relationships with people at work, which can be a little bit more aggressive. Where the Venus square was kind of like, maybe annoying, but like you got over it. The Mars square is a little bit different. Like this is like, you know, them's fighting words. This can literally manifest as you having an argument or a squabble with a boss, superior, or a parent. And it's not a time that you want to go toe to toe with somebody. I feel like this is about somebody being pushy with you, or a relationship being pushy with you, or a relationship with a client being pushy with you, and you just feel like you just want to snap because it's squaring Uranus in your sign. Some people might be trying to get under your skin, and I would say, you know, don't let them have it. Don't give it to them. Very same day, the Sun in Pisces sextiles Uranus as well. So we've got the Sun in your 11th house sextiling Uranus. So I see this as like a friend or another person or a team member who's got your back, and they're like, dude, they're giving me a hard time too. It's not just you. Like, don't worry about it. Keep doing you. You're doing great. Like somebody might give you a pep talk and kind of like let you know, like, you know, or maybe they'll say, let this be, you know, something that gives you initiative, that is getting you outside of, you know, this situation. If you want more freedom, then, you know, here you go. This is a reason to go and start a new job, or to, you know, relocate or make a change in your life if you don't like the current circumstances. The Mars Uranus to me seems very like kind of like a scene out of Jerry Maguire that's like, I'm quitting, who's coming with me, like type of vibe, you know? And so then you could see some people who are like, hell yeah, I'll come with you, because you're the person who might stand up and cause, you know, some need for change. Very same day, Mercury goes into Aries. So then Mercury's in your 12th house, where you're feeling a little bit more quiet and reflective. I did not tell this to other signs, but I'm telling you guys now, Mercury will be coming into shadow. So you're not going to see that until closer to the 18th, but basically Mercury is going to be in Aries for like clear over a month. And so Mercury rules money and resources. It also rules creativity and children. Mercury going retrograde in the 12th house is definitely eventually next month going to be a period where you're going to be very reflective, very creative behind the scenes, you know, trying to work stuff out in terms of like maybe new business opportunities. It can be a time where you're also like taking a vacation, or you're kind of taking some time out to just kind of like mentally chill. So I'll leave it at that. I'll come back to that in just a second. All right, on the 10th, you will have a new moon in Pisces. The new moon is in your 11th house. It's going to be all about planting seeds, revolving around your goals, where you want to grow, what it is that you want to achieve. If you want to make new friends, socialize more, or meet new people, great time to do it. Jupiter is the traditional ruler. It'll be slightly sextiling Jupiter. So it's saying like you create your own destiny in this situation. If you want to join a group, start a group, whatever, you're in the driver's seat to making that happen. If you wish it, it can be possible. And then also Neptune's the co-ruler, and it's in the 11th house. So great time to go and join like a meditation group. It's a great time to maybe go and join or connect or network with other artists or other musicians or creatives. It's also like a wonderful time to just go and be around like-minded people, especially people who are in tune with the energy that they're putting out, because Pisces can be vibes. So you're wanting to kind of be around people who are good vibes. All right, so then we're going to see on the 11th a Venus ingress. So your chart ruler is on the move. She is leaving Aquarius. She's moving into Pisces in her exaltation in the 11th house. So what does this mean? Good food, good parties, friends, wine, that kind of stuff. Pisces things. And if you're looking for love, well, it may be found in groups with other people. So if you get invited to stuff, I recommend going. I think the energy has already been here for a little bit, and you're going to see more of it with Mars and Venus coming into your 11th house. So you're either very focused on socializing, connecting with others, or very much dedicated to your goals, and you're really feeling your way into like building something new, because all these planets will be sextiling Jupiter in your first house, where if you're optimistic about these changes, they can happen. And also they will be sextiling Uranus, which means it's also where people are inspiring you to say, yeah, I want to be different. I want to do something different. I need a change. I want to make this shift to my status. So whether it's becoming a parent, changing your job, launching your own business, you know, making big changes in your relationship, other people will support that. You will find people who support these changes that you want to make. And then we're going to have the Sun conjunct Neptune in Pisces on the 17th. So this tells me that there can be like a sense of a friend being, you know, very compassionate or understanding to you. If you're going through some life changes, this can be a time where you have a friend that invites you over to their home for dinner, for like a friend dinner or like a gathering, or vice versa. You could have somebody over in your space as well. This can be like you go to like a child's birthday party and it's like all kinds of like magical, and you know, they have all of these like, you know, like mystical kind of decorations and things, because the 11th house is other people's kids. So there can be something going on like that. It can be a day also where, you know, a friend can be expressing that they're kind of going through like a challenging time with their love life, with their family, with their kid. And it might be a time that you're just more aware that's like, okay, they're going through something. But also you might meet people who are very inspiring for you, and it makes you kind of realize like, wow, I would like to be more like that. You know, I need more like people like that in my corner. All right, so then we're going to see on the 18th of the month, okay, so this is when Mercury enters shadow. So Mercury is in your 12th house. It will not go retrograde until April 2nd, but you will feel the shadow. And let me tell you guys something. Y'all aren't ready for April of 2024. To see this Mercury retrograde go back and forth over Chiron, over the North Node, over the eclipse period. I mean, like, April's going to be something else. It's in your 12th house, Taurus. So basically, you might start noticing some dreams are kind of kicking up for you. You may feel as if just your intuition is very strong. Maybe you have some gut feelings about money and resources and investments. Maybe, you know, you're having dreams and kind of feeling inspired and creative, or there's like a lot of opportunity for some kind of romantic stuff behind the scenes with someone because of Mercury's connection to your 5th. But it's going to spend a long time here. So, you know, the shadow is going to be taking place at 15 degrees of Aries on the 18th. And what's interesting is that this will conjunct the North Node. I do feel like because Mars is the ruler here, it's going to be about discussions about getting ready to make a big job change. I do feel like it's discussions about mental health and like needing more downtime to rest and recuperate. So you're feeling inspired and maybe you're thinking about new ways that you can do that. Pay attention to your dreams. They can be very strong. There can be some weird synchronicities and messages from the cosmos that you need to like, I guess, like understand or kind of like, you know, crack the code and try to figure out what they mean. Write them down. All right, so then on the 19th of the month, we're going to see the sun enter into Aries in your natal 12th house. So, you know, now at this point, we're coming into that period where we're within a month of your birthday roundabout. So this is kind of like the cocoon where all things go to complete. Sun in the 12th house means that you may be resting more. You may be spending more time with your home, your family, your kids. It can be a time also where you're just trying to kind of unwind and you're trying to find like hobbies and things you can do by yourself. I think for some of you guys, the retrograde in the 12th house is like getting back to a private gym, getting back to prayer or meditation practice. You know, maybe it's going to be about creating more, you know, creative time. Whatever it is, like you're going to see with the sun going in here, you're going to be like, yeah, I need to be doing more of that. Like I need more of that. And it's going to kind of bring that to your awareness. But the sun is, you know, highlighting the area of you know, reflection and being alone, doing things by yourself, Aries. All right, so then we have on the 21st of the month, Venus will conjunct Saturn in Pisces. So that's important because you're Venus. So Venus conjuncting Saturn can talk about some kind of serious commitment or agreement or understanding with a friend. It can mean they have to say to somebody like, whoa, we're friends, I'm not interested. But it can also be a time where, you know, you're having a conversation with somebody that you're friends with about some kind of business alliance or agreement. Venus also has connections with the 6th house, so it can be coworkers. So it might mean that, you know, you're going to do dinner, drinks, or some kind of team building exercise with people that you work with, and you're learning how to kind of connect with them a little bit better. In general, I mean, you know, you're Venus, so that conjunction to Saturn means that you might kind of find that you make a friend with somebody who's in a superior position at work, or you have the support of like maybe a female friend as you're going through some of these changes on the business front. On the 22nd of the month, we're going to see Mars enter Pisces. So Mars will leave your 10th house of work. It goes into the 11th house. I cannot stress enough, the 11th house is like the party that you have on Friday night after working all week, right? Because there's been so many damn planets that have gone through Aquarius. It's just been grinding it out. So more or less to me, once Mars and Venus are in the 11th house, it's a really good time if you're single to get out and mingle. Go to events, try to meet people, you know, do things with others that may be a little outside of your wheelhouse. You know, Pisces can mean you're going to theaters and you're going to art galleries and you're going to, you know, stuff where there's more like art and either magical or kind of like spiritual related people. And having Mars, which is your relationship lord and also your 12th house lord going into the 11th, means that you can literally go and find yourself around, you know, groups of people who you're feeling like can also mingle with a relationship. So if you're in a relationship, you can bring your partner because that's Mars. If not, and you're trying to meet somebody and you're single, then with Mars and Venus being kind of in the same house, it's very possible that you meet them out in the crowd. All right, so then we have on the 25th of the month, we're going to wrap the month up with a lunar eclipse in Libra. Okay, so this will be on the 25th, full moon in Libra. So the moon's going to be in Libra. The sun is going to be in Aries, and this is the axis of like mental, spiritual, health and healing, physical habits, routine, and work. So, you know, I think about how you're coming into Mercury retrograde in the 12th house, which could represent you need more rest and healing. I think about an eclipse that you're about to have in the 6th house, which can be really highlighting where there are some health challenges, or there are giving up habits, or finally, you know, you're yielding results after hard work, dedication, making changes with your health, your fitness, your diet, you know, or maybe there is some kind of conclusion about a health situation. You finally get over a cold or something. So yes, it's going to be in your 6th house. So you're going to see it be about health habits, and maybe your relationship habits. And at the time of the eclipse, the ruler is Venus, and Venus is going to be up here in the 11th house. So it makes me feel like you have like a friend who shows up when you're in need. If you're in need of, you know, assistance with something at work, if you're, you know, trying to kind of work through some relationship challenges, if you're, you know, maybe looking for a job or something like that, like there is that Venus-Saturn conjunction. So yes, it's in your 6th house, but it's tied to your chart ruler. So you really want to have people that you can kind of fall back on, or people that you can rely on who can kind of help connect you if you're looking for help for issues with health or with your work, right? All right, so that's pretty much everything. Let me just make sure. Okay. And then we've got, like I said, on the 10th, a new moon in Pisces. On the 25th, the lunar eclipse in Libra. So let's see what the tarot says for you. Ooh, I like it. I like it a lot because this is Aries. So this talks about like the Mars transits. This talks about the 12th house transits. This can be about father figures. This can also be about, which makes sense because you're going to have that solar eclipse in Aries. So I'm wondering, like, is there something going on with a parent or a father figure? Are you feeling overwhelmed as like a parent or a father figure? Are you having to kind of feel more so comfortable tapping into like that inner assertive, like masculine energy? That's kind of the vibe I get. Aries is your 12th house. And like I said, for all the signs, Aries is what's initiating the whole rest of the cycle up until spring of 2025. So yeah, your first house is Taurus, but really things become initiated first here. Where Aries was doing it themselves, you're doing it subconsciously. You're doing it in meditation. You're doing it in your sleep. It starts with you creating these new habits and doing things kind of behind the scenes. So my advice is Taurus, is get comfortable with this Aries energy. Become more comfortable doing things alone, you know, taking some time to work out by yourself, taking time to kind of do something or having something that's your own, outside of the world and relationships and other people. If you can sit down, reflect on it, meditate on it, you know, really focus on it and really hold space for it, it's only then that all of this new personal, professional, you know, growth is going to start to kind of materialize over the next couple of months. So be the boss in your own life, right? You're the captain of your ship. Good luck. I've got Gemini and Gemini rising. What's going on, guys? Welcome to March of 2024. I hope you're doing well. I'm excited to talk to you. We've got a lot of stuff going on. It's a busy month. I guess I should start by saying that we are going to see a number of Mercury transits, which we pretty much do every month, but we're going to see a number of them this month. And also we are going to be coming into Mercury shadow. So I did not mention that at the beginning. I'm sorry, I forgot, but I made sure I got it in here. So just a heads up, Mercury will retrograde next month. So you'll hear about it more so next month. But Mercury will kind of start the month off first with a conjunction to Neptune, and then Mercury will move into Aries. And obviously that's important because you're ruled by Mercury. So you're going to have clear over a month of Mercury being in your 11th house because we will see a retrograde at the beginning of April. So my point being is that around the 18th, we will see that Mercury will come into shadow. So Mercury rules your body. It also rules your home, okay, and family. So Mercury is going to spend a long period of time in your house of friendships where maybe you will be re-evaluating, okay, who do I want to partner with? Who do I want to socialize with? You know, who do I want to reconnect with? What are my goals? The 11th house is about goals. And it can mean your goals revolving around where you want to live, who you want to live with. It can represent moving in with somebody, staying at a friend's house, taking time to go and visit a friend. Maybe you're reevaluating your goals revolving around home and family. It can be also about reconnecting with friends from the past. That's the other way of looking at it. But I tell you this now so you can get all your Mercury retrograde stuff out of the way before the 18th. Now, what's interesting is next month, we will see, like, through the retrograde, Mercury will hit the North Node several times. It'll activate the eclipses. You guys are going to be, like, mind blown when you see what's going to happen in April. So I hate to leave you on a cliffhanger, but my advice is get familiar with this house and pay attention to what groups of people are coming into your life, and also a lot about your personal goals. That seems to be really important. And get your car work done, if you got to back things up, if you got to reach out to people, if you're trying to kind of plan social gatherings and get-togethers or anything like that, try to do all of that stuff prior to the 18th. And because Mercury rules your body, okay, this is not the month or the time to be like, I'm going to cut my hair just like my friend, or, I'm going to go and do this trend or do this or do that, or, basically follow what other people are doing. You're going to realize that you have to come up with your own goals, and then it may actually be different from what other people are doing. So now is not a month to kind of follow the crowd. All right. So let's start first with the 3rd of March, and this is going to be when Venus in Aquarius, so Venus will be up here at the beginning of March in your 9th house of higher mind, education, your belief system, travel. Venus will square off with Uranus, and that makes me feel like there can be some shifts going on revolving around travel plans, educational plans, relationships, Venus with teachers, with educational centers, with counselors, with like gurus. So there can be like an issue in, relating to somebody else's belief system, or like taking somebody else's advice for something. So be mindful of that. Then we have on the 8th of the month, Mercury will conjunct Neptune in Pisces. So Mercury will be in Pisces in your work zone. It's going to conjunct Neptune. So this is interesting. It might be a time where like you become aware of a secret at work. It might be a time where you overlook a detail at work, or you send an email and like you forgot to like add an attachment, or you accidentally sent something that you shouldn't have sent. Pay extra close attention to these little kind of messy communication errors that can take place at work around that time. So that'll be around the 8th. I also kind of feel like this can be a time where some of you guys may feel like you have to kind of tell a little white lie about, what you forgot to do, or, what you're still working on, or like whatever. And it might be something that slipped your mind because you've been consumed with something that's been going on at home. Or maybe you literally go to work and you're like, oh my God, I forgot my briefcase, or forgot my cell phone or my laptop. Like this would be a day that you would maybe forget like a gadget or something. And something gets overlooked. So watch for that. On the 9th of the month, Mars in Aquarius will square Uranus in Taurus. Okay, so Mars is moving through your 9th house still, of higher mind, education, and taking action, I think, when it comes to like learning or traveling. And then Mars will square Uranus. So it's going to feel like there are some things coming out of left field, where there are some scheduling challenges, some educational kind of misunderstandings. There can be also some shifts in the way that you believe in things, because the 12th house and the 9th house can very much be these things. I do see scheduling issues and delays, I think, more with the Mars square Uranus, so be mindful of that. Then we see on the same day, the Sun in Pisces will sextile Uranus. So we've got the Sun in your work zone, where it's highlighting work responsibility and your kind of like public persona. It's sextiling Uranus. So that's kind of interesting. I see that as being like, maybe there are some delays, or maybe you're hung up on a plane, or like maybe something comes up and you're like, okay, well, it's out of my control. I didn't see this coming. What am I going to do? So you may have like a little bit of an out with that particular sextile on the 9th if things get a little hairy. And then also the very same day, Mercury, your ruler, will move into Aries. So thinking quick, being on your feet, a major kind of shift in focus where maybe you're focusing on connecting, socializing, reaching out to friends, and taking much more action when it comes to like reaching out to other people and being like a better friend. I could see that. Then on the 11th of the month, Venus enters Pisces. So Venus will leave Aquarius. It'll move into Pisces in exaltation in your career zone. So this brings opportunity because Venus rules creativity, love, romance, children, and self-expression and hidden talent into the 10th house. Well, if you're single, love can definitely be found at work. It could be somebody who starts working there or gets hired there. It could be somebody who comes in as like a client or like a younger person. So that can happen. And you're going to see a lot of action between Venus and Saturn around the time of this eclipse. So on one hand, if you're in the creative field, it's a really great time for to be putting your creative ideas and your projects out there, to be launching stuff, to be seen. On the other hand, this can also mean that there's themes revolving around parenting that's coming full circle, about your love and sacrifice for things that you take care of or things that you nurture, like children or your own personal business or projects. But when Venus is in the 10th house, generally it's really positive for relationships with people professionally, and it can be a time where we're just socializing and getting on well and connecting with people and just meeting the right people, and it's very pleasant. And then we're going to see on the 17th, the sun will conjunct Neptune in Pisces. Well, the sun in your chart rules communication, and Neptune obviously is kind of like sometimes, creates some misunderstandings or some fogginess or some cloudiness. So there can be a sense of, having conversations with people, but feeling like it's like very head in the sky. It's like, oh, we could do this or we could do that. But it has a hard time being grounded. And I would be very cautious and careful about conversations, negotiations. This makes me feel like you may verbally agree to something without signing it. And, the terms or the conditions upon taking a job or, launching something may potentially be kind of hazy. Especially if you work in teaching, education, writing, radio. Be mindful that there can be some stuff that you literally overlook and miss. If you're launching a website, you're like, oh my God, I forgot to finish one of the pages, or there's some spelling errors, or, I sent this email and they never got it. Oh, I put the wrong email. That kind of stuff can happen. And it's a day that it's not detail oriented. It's a day that's just more feeling inspired, and it's about what if, and then you really want to wait until we start seeing Venus and Saturn coming into conjunction, or, even Saturn and Neptune in the future, where we can start to make these dreams a reality. But it may feel a little bit of pipe dreams with that conjunction. Then we're going to see on the 18th, Mercury enters shadow. So Mercury is in your 11th house of goals, friends, and networking. And so like I said, you're Mercury, and Mercury is going to conjunct the North Node. So it'll come back, it'll retrograde over these degrees. The retrograde will be from April 2nd to the 25th. And we'll see the retrograde from about 15 to 27 degrees. But, you are Mercury, you're blowing the trumpet, telling a bunch of people something. And so this might mean that you're making an announcement of some kind to your friends, or on social media. It might mean that you send out some kind of invitation for a party or a gathering or a get together. That could happen here as well. And Mercury will come back over this degree next month. And so like I said to everybody, even though Mercury's in different houses, this represents basically where you're initiating something new in April, where there's going to be a retrograde and an eclipse and a bunch of stuff. So this is about you going and starting a group, you calling your friends, you being more proactive in networking. And if you can't find the group that you want, start one, right? Or you create a movement, or you create a group or a professional association. And you'll have the opportunity to do that, but it's really about focusing on your goals. And I think that it's not just about, it's about where you're bringing the right group of people together. This is also a wonderful energy for rounding up the troops at home and being okay, we're having a family meeting. So full disclosure, if you need to have some one-on-one with your kids or your roommates or your family or your partner, and being can we please talk about the issue in the kitchen or the laundry room, or and then make it competitive. Aries is competitive. I would say especially if you're struggling with like people not getting things done that they need to get done at home when it comes to home and upkeep. Make it a game. Make it a game. Use a reward system. Put something on the wall and be like, okay, everybody who does their chores is going to get a marble. And when this jar is full of marbles, we're all going to go out and we're going to rent a movie. I guess people don't do that anymore. I'm pretty old. We're going to go out and we're going to, you know, like, I don't know, get ice cream. Whatever your thing is. Whatever your thing is, make it competitive. Find ways for team building so that way you can incentivize other people to come together, to work together. You're the ringleader on that one. Good luck. On the 19th of the month, we're going to see the sun go into Aries. So that's just shining a light basically on taking more action and being a part of a collective and hanging out with friends and socializing. The sun is exalted here. On the 21st of the month, we're going to see Venus conjunct Saturn in Pisces. And so that's kind of factored into the lunar eclipse in Libra, which you'll see on the 25th. Venus rules subconscious, things that are private and kind of hidden. It also rules children, creativity, self-expression. And Venus is coming into conjunction with Saturn. So it can mean that you're like alerting the world, I got accepted into college, or, you know, like we're having a baby, or we got engaged, or, you know, this is my project I've been working on. And like, here's a preview. Like there's going to be something that you're going to reveal. It's kind of the feeling that I'm getting. It can definitely be a very big turning point, especially when it comes to career stuff, relationships with women at work, you know, solid relationships and commitments. That can be a real focus for you here now. And then we're going to see on the 22nd of the month, Mars enters into Pisces. So at this point, we're going to have Mars, Venus, Saturn, Neptune, all in the 10th house. And so for some Geminis, it's going to be like, my career stuff is winding down, my job is about to change, my goals are shifting, some of you guys are retiring, some of you guys are realizing you don't like your job, you want to find something new, you're trying to figure out what you're supposed to do. Other people might be feeling like they're coming into their like dream, you know, situation, your dream job. For the next you know, several years, you'll see this in the fall of this year, we're going to have eclipses here. So if you haven't figured out what you're supposed to be doing, you're going to figure that out pretty soon. Give yourself a little bit of time. Right now, this is about feeling inspired and making sure that you're getting involved in something that you feel like your heart and your soul is really, really in, that feels like it's like your purpose, even though it may feel like a sacrifice at the same time. Then we're going to see on the 25th of the month, this is when we are going to have the full moon lunar eclipse in Libra. Okay, so it's happening in a fellow sister air sign. So if you have anything in Gemini around, I would say like 4, 5, 6 degrees, it's going to be trining those placements for you. I mean, full moon lunar eclipse in the 5th house can mean I'm falling in love, or I love you, or, you know, I've got this really amazing, you know, date with somebody that I'm really into, or, you know, I finally created something that I've been wanting to create for a very long time, or I finished a painting that I've been painting, or a big accomplishment for one of your children. Maybe it's a time where, you know, you're really loving a new hobby and you really feel like you're getting the hang of it. Yes, it can be about pregnancy. Sure, it can. You know, at the time, even though the full moon's going to be in the 5th house, it's ruled by Venus. Venus is going to conjunct Saturn. So it's a good time if you're self-employed, if you're creative, if you work with younger people, if you're in the artist, you know, kind of world, and you're like, here's my project, here's my baby, or I am launching my own business. It's a wonderful time for that. But it can also, I could see it be some people being like, oh, I'm going to be a parent, or, you know, I'm going to be a grandparent, or here's this big accomplishment. I get this, like, you know, achievement award at work, you know, for all my contributions. It's a beautiful eclipse. I think for you, it's definitely about leveling up when it comes to your role out in the world and your recognition. It's not as challenging for you, to be honest with you. You know, gotta love Venus and its exaltation in the 10th house with Saturn in the 10th house. So wherever you're leveling up in your life, it's something that's supposed to be adding to kind of your public status, right? So whatever it is, it's supposed to be pretty good. All right. I should note also, like with Mars and Venus and Saturn in your 10th house, like if you're like, hey, I need a job, good time to be looking for one. I would be using the transits in Aries to be networking, and I would be, you know, out there actively looking for the right position. If you're somebody who doesn't work, then it can just mean that you're like, okay, cool. You know, I'm ready to stop focusing so much on responsibility. I want to get out there and I want to party. I want to meet new friends, or I'm retiring. You know, what's next on the agenda? So it doesn't seem as hardcore work oriented as the month goes on, because it starts to see, you know, planets kind of shifting into your 11th house, right? Card that I get is the Seven of Cups. I was like, who's going to get this card? Because to me, this is that whole like mishmash of Mars, Venus, Saturn, Neptune, all in Pisces. Because for so many of us, it's going to feel like we're pulling the plug in the drain and everything is just spiraling. So I have to be full disclosure with you guys. Some of you guys are going to be like, my career is ending or my career is changing. But for other people, it's, what do I want? What am I doing? You know, am I throwing too much at the wall and seeing what sticks? Do I have too many irons in the fire? You know, am I juggling too much at once? There can be that feeling of trying to do too many things at one time. Sure, of course. But there's also, I think with the Seven of Cups, is not getting lost in the illusion of things, not losing yourself in, you know, your career, not feeling like your identity is you are what you do. And so that might be part of what comes up. Feeling inspired, but also not too idealistic, because there can be this feeling of being like, yes, I really want to do this thing for a living. And I would say, you know, go and shadow somebody, go and do some research, really make sure that that's what you want to do, or that that's what you want to go to school for before you make that jump. So you really have an idea of like what that type of profession might feel like. So you're not kind of like disillusioned and thinking that that's, you know, the only option for you. So there can be the need to really kind of like, you know, suss things out more so this month when it comes to making some changes in your professional life, and trying to get as realistic as possible about these options. Hopefully that's helpful. Let me know. I will chat with you guys soon. All right, we've got Cancer and Cancer rising. What's up, Cancer? How you doing? I guess I should say welcome to March of 2024. Sorry, sometimes I like channel these messages, so I'm like, what month is it? Welcome to March of 2024. I hope you're doing well. We're going to start off by talking about the moon for you this month, because there is going to be 2 lunations that I want to discuss. One is going to be the new moon that we're going to be having in Pisces. That will be taking place on the 10th of March in your 9th house in a fellow sister water sign. So this particular new moon should be trining your sun, moon, or rising in some capacity. So it's free-flowing, emotional, sensitive, very psychic. And the 9th house is kind of like the bigger picture of life. So it's about positivity. It's about growth, learning, our philosophy, travel, education, connecting with mentors and teachers. So this is a good time, I think, to plant seeds if you're like, oh, I want to go back to school. I want to go on a trip. I want to, you know, align with a practice or a belief system, that kind of stuff. And it may encourage you to expand your mind. It's not always just about traveling. It can be about expanding your mind and kind of your philosophy. And then also we're going to have a lunar eclipse, which is going to be in Libra. So full moons affect you big time. You're going to have a full moon that's going to be in your 4th house of home. That'll be on the 25th of March. And this will be a lunar eclipse, which means full moon on steroids. For you, my Cancers, especially if you have anything, I would say about 4 to 6 degrees of Cancer, sun, moon, or rising, this eclipse is going to square it. Okay, it's going to square you. So be mindful that this can feel very emotional, very personal. Thankfully, it's private, you know, because it's in your 4th house and the moon is returning home. But this is a south node eclipse. So it means that we are releasing, letting go. We're dealing with the past home, family drama, maybe, relationship stuff, maybe. And this is also about the ends of situations. So it can be a time where you're like moving, selling a house, signing a new lease. It can be a time where you have to go back home and be with family. There's something going on with like a family member, especially a female relative, because of the connection to the moon in the 4th. And this is going to be ruled by Venus, and Venus is in the 9th house conjunct Saturn. So it can be about granddaughters, grandchildren. It can be about in-laws. It can be about family that is at a distance or further away or abroad. Adopted children. This can also be about step-parents. I could see that being the case here. It's extended family, basically. And just family, that may be further away, okay? So even though the full moon's in the 4th house, it's picking up the energy of Venus, which is the 4th house lord, and Saturn, which is the 7th house lord. Getting closure with relationships with people from afar. Maybe you've relocated or they've relocated, and then you're like, reconnecting, and you're trying to kind of like heal something and close the door. That can come up here as well. So just be mindful of that. Sure, long distance relationship stuff can happen, yes. But something about your 4th and your 7th house lord seems to be really prominent. And I feel like at the very least, it can be about you moving to relocate, to go and be with a partner. You travel, and then maybe you meet like a karmic kind of relationship. That can happen as well. Okay, so starting the month off on the 3rd, we're going to have Venus in Aquarius, which will at the time be in your 8th house, which is kind of like dark, sexy, taboo. It's about going deep in relationships and having a lot of transformations in relationships. It'll square Uranus in your 11th house. So mutual reception. So they're both in a Venus or a Uranian sign. So they're speaking the same language. And it's basically saying you need some freedom or liberation from certain relationships or financial restraints. It may mean that, a friend comes in and helps kind of liberate you out of a situation. It may mean that a final, financial shift happens, and it helps, make some of your goals kind of possible. So for me, I really feel like it's, even though Venus square Uranus is difficult, I do feel like it's somebody who gets you out of a rut and can provide you with an opportunity to, make your dreams a reality. Watch, there can be some squabbles between money and friends. That can definitely happen here as well. Then on the 8th of the month, we're going to have Mercury conjunct Neptune in Pisces. So Mercury will be in the 9th house, and Mercury deals with hidden stuff, subconscious, foreign places, our intuition, and the 3rd house of communication. So Mercury conjunct Neptune can quite literally be a time we get an email from somebody or a text message or a phone call out of the blue. We get like a weird fishy email and we're like, is this a scam? What's going on? It could be. Mercury Neptune aspects, you never know what you're going to get. Like, it can feel like somebody is trying to tell you something that seems like it's important, but you're like, how can I believe that? Or like, prove that it's you. So you got to be very careful with getting scammed. International scams, especially involving phones, emails, text messages, accounts, things like that, I would watch for with this. This is also a time where quite literally a gadget could go missing at an airport, or you may miss a flight or miss a train or a booking of some kind because you oversleep or you like wrote down the information wrong. So there could be something like that that could happen. Be very mindful. I wouldn't be signing anything under this contract, under these transits. I wouldn't sign any contracts or any agreements. And I would definitely read the fine print. So be really careful with that. Then we're going to have on the 9th, Mars in Aquarius will square Uranus in Taurus. So Mars in the 8th house of other people's resources, money, and joint resources squares Uranus. Well, Mars is about work and career, and it also has connections to your self-expression, and it's squaring Uranus. So it seems like there's a little bit of tension about your current joint financial situation and that of a goal or a relationship with a friend. Like if you're working with your friend, or if you're borrowing or lending money with a friend, be mindful that this can be a period where there's some tension, especially like if somebody sets you up with a job because Mars rules your 10th house, and you're not reliable or they're not reliable. There can be some tension between the relationship. I could see that being the case. Or somebody saying like, hey, I paid you to do this thing. Did you do it? I asked you to take care of this situation and I paid you for it. Did you do it? So you could be finding that people are kind of getting on your case a little bit about whether or not you're following through with stuff. So be mindful of that. But something about working in business and friends seems a little stressful. Very same day, the sun in Pisces sextiles Uranus and Taurus. So the sun is in the 9th house where it's highlighting your beliefs, your faith, and it's sextiling Uranus, which means you're like, okay, I can move through this. I can pray it away. I can meditate it away. I can focus on my goals. I'm not getting discouraged. I'm staying the path with what I believe in, trying to maintain that high vibration. And also a lot of it's about who you surround yourself with in that transit. And then Mercury enters into Aries. So full disclosure, forgot to put this in the first slide. So now I'm having to tell everybody through the individuals, but that's okay. Next month, Mercury will go retrograde. So it's not going to be until April, but it's still important that you guys know because we're going to see Mercury come into shadow. So bottom line, in the month of March, get very familiar with Aries in your chart. You will see the sun go through there. You're going to see Mercury go through there. But in the beginning of April, we're going to have a solar eclipse there. We're going to have a Mercury retrograde there. And Mercury is doing some things, y'all. So Mercury in the 10th house means that you are being assertive, taking action, looking for work, being a boss, being a manager, considering being more independent, launching something yourself. Okay, and the North Node is there. So Mercury going into Aries is like really kind of stepping up and feeling more confident and throwing your hat into the ring in a public or professional way. On the 11th of the month, Venus enters Pisces. Hello. Venus enters Pisces. So Venus is exalted. It's in your 9th house. Venus can represent love, romance, relationships, partnerships abroad or further away. It can also represent that there is love of learning, love of traveling. There is love of culture. And I like it because Venus is exalted here. It's also trining your sun, moon, or rising. So it can bring pleasure or leisure trips. And then on the 17th, the sun will conjunct Neptune. So we've got the sun conjunct Neptune, and that's highlighting like money and also faith. I feel like this is a lot about you investing more in your faith, investing more in something that you're learning. You might be feeling more hopeful, idealistic, inspired, a little bit more spiritual or kind of preachy with this conjunction. Sun-Neptune conjunction does generally, bring some of these more kind of like vibey feelings. But it can also be a time where we can't really see very clearly and we can't read the situation very well. Something is hazy or it's kind of foggy. So I would be careful with dealing with foreigners. I would be careful with law or legal matters or educational matters. Great time to dream, not the best time to make rational decisions. And I would say be very cautious about people who are trying to get you to travel or trying to get you to invest in, something that might be foreign. Then we're going to see on the 18th of the month, this is when Mercury starts its shadow. So if you're going to do your Mercury retrograde stuff, like change jobs, start a new job, launch a business, any of those things, you either do it before the 18th or reap the wrath of this retrograde. And I'm not kidding you guys. The nice thing is that Mercury is going to hit the North Node. So I do feel like on the 18th, there's going to be this sense of being like, what am I supposed to be doing? What is going on with my career? When am I going to find a job? What is my purpose? When do I launch my website? These things are things you should be asking yourself. Even though Aries is not your first house, Aries represents this energy of what really kind of is the kickoff of the new year. So everything is going to kind of come from Aries. So where do new beginnings begin for you, Cancer? Through you taking action and being more assertive out in the world or in the workspace. So being more entrepreneurial, being more independent, being more courageous when it comes to the kind of work you can do. It might mean that you're doing something that's in physical health. You're doing something that's in some form of coaching or self-defense, or you're doing something that's going to be more manual labor, maybe. Bottom line is this, something about the North Node Mercury conjunction makes me feel like this is when you start getting the awareness of being like, okay, I think something's going to be changing at work. Pay attention to those messages. Like I said, Mercury won't go retrograde until April. It'll be April 2nd through the 25th. We'll see that retrograde from about 15 to 27 degrees of Aries. Factor that in with an eclipse, which will activate the North Node and also Chiron, healing big career wounds big time for you in this next month. So let me know how that goes. On the 19th, the sun enters Aries. We officially start the new year. So the sun's shining a light in your 10th house of career. So this is going to be all about taking action, being a boss, showing up, being responsible, being brave, being super action oriented, and like maybe in some position of like management, or maybe this is about building yourself up to the point where you're feeling like more comfortable being assertive out in the world. That can happen as well. But also this is good because the sun deals with money and resources. So working, making money. I think a lot of Cancer risings are either going back to work or they're going to have some pretty prominent job changes in the next 2 months. Then on the 21st of the month, we're going to see Venus conjunct Saturn in Pisces. Okay, so this will happen in your 9th house. Venus obviously rules home and friends and goals, and Saturn rules relationships. So this is kind of factored into the lunar eclipse in Libra, but I'll bring it up now anyway. Well, we've got exalted Venus, that's nice, and then Saturn, which is your 7th house lord. Love, if you're single, can be found at an airport. It can be found in a classroom. It can be found on a vacation. It can be found in some kind of training or certification, in a courtroom. You know, it sounds weird, but you could. Some kind of support and or love coming from these types of people, teachers, mentors, or just a relationship at a distance can kind of pop up. So I say this because Saturn rules relationships and Venus can be the past or somebody who lives in another place. That's the other way that I see it. So love can be found in those places. I do feel like this is about commitment and love that you have from somebody at afar, or love for somebody that teaches you something, and like a teacher can show up with this transit as well. And then we're going to see on the 22nd of the month, Mars enters Pisces. So Mars enters into the 9th house. So Mars is here, Venus is here, Saturn is here, Neptune is here. So I could see some of you guys being like going back to school, getting my degree, finally publishing my book, teaching a course or a class to people, getting a certification, going through some like legal matters. These are all 9th house things. And on one hand, Pisces is wrapping up its completing. So we are seeing that it's like something is coming to a head and it's time to complete these things. And for other people, it can just be more about your faith or your philosophy. But obviously Mars is about career. So I could see some of you guys doing some training for a new job that's coming in or going back to school. And then we're going to see on the 25th of the month a full moon lunar eclipse in Libra. So we talked about how it's in your 4th house. So some of you guys might move, change homes, need to be there for a relative or a family matter, you know, sell a house, finish decorating something. And Venus is conjunct Saturn. So let's say like you're selling your house. You might hire somebody to market that or put it up on the MLS or find a realtor. Let's say you're finally moving, you know, you might mean that you're moving further away because Venus rules this eclipse. It might mean something comes up with the family and it's relating to in-laws or family at a distance. So it's going to be something like that that's going to come up. I will say that just thinking about the Mercury retrograde and the fact that Mercury is going to be going back and forth over the, you know, top part of your chart, it's going to kind of represent like showing up and like managing something and like learning how to be, you know, like more mature or learning how to handle situations on your own. So your focus is less on what's going on at home, although this eclipse will bring your attention to it. You're really building into this whole, okay, whatever happened with home, great, but I'm focusing on my work. So some of you guys might move away from your hometown, go to school, start a new job. Some of you guys might decide that, you know, you're finally ready to come out of the house and you want to start working again. You'll just notice that you're going to want to be out more with some of these transits. And as a reminder, on the 10th, we will see a new moon in Pisces, and that'll be in your 9th house. So great time to maybe plan something travel-wise, although I would say be careful as you're getting closer to the 18th because you'll be in Mercury shadow. But if you're wanting to take a course or travel or do something like that, you can definitely use that for your new moon intentions. Okay, let's pull some cards. Let's see what they say for you. Ooh, I like this. Wish grantingness. 9 of coins. Hello. Can you tell that I'm having some Mercury stuff today? 9 of cups. So this is about wishes and wishes being fulfilled. Cup runneth over, you know, being super emotionally fulfilled, getting everything that you want, being happy and ecstatic that you are able to achieve what you're hoping to achieve. I have this feeling that it's definitely like this Venus in the 9th house sextiling Jupiter. You're like, oh, things are really turning around and like I'm getting what I want, but it just took a little bit of time. And like now I understand why there's been delays with home, with career, with friends, with family, it doesn't matter. And then this is finally having that breakthrough. So a lot to be thankful for and feeling very pleased with, you know, where you're going, not where you're coming from, right? You're focusing on the future, not the past. Good luck, Cancer. I hope that's helpful. All right, so we have got Leo and Leo rising. Welcome to March of 2024, my Leos. I hope you're doing well. All right, so for you guys, we're going to talk about what's going on with the sun. We're going to see the sun change signs. You know, it'll leave Pisces, where it has been in your 8th house, where it's been kind of hidden or secluded, and it will move into Aries. So it's going to move into a fellow sister fire sign, where it's bringing some lighting up and attention to your 9th house, which is about travel, education, philosophy, teaching, training, and publishing, maybe law and legality, that as well. But you're ruled by the sun, so wherever the sun goes is where you go. So are you traveling, taking some classes, doing some certification? Are you training? Are you dealing with a total shift in your belief system or your philosophy? These are the things that I would be looking at for this next particular month. So we're going to start first on the 3rd. This is when Venus in Aquarius, so Venus will actually start the month in your house of relationships. And Venus will be in your relationship house, and it's squaring Uranus in your 10th house. So mutual reception here. Obviously, we've got Venus in a Uranian sign, Uranus in a Venusian sign. And Venus is squaring Uranus from the right-hand side, which means relationships, clients, partnerships, partners, spouses are kind of pressing on some kind of situation professionally. It's almost like you might feel like you're in a turning point in a relationship where you're like, it needs to evolve now. Things need to grow. Otherwise, if they don't, then we are outgrowing this working relationship, this romantic relationship, this partnership. You're going to feel kind of like growing pains. And Uranus squares are sudden, and you will see several of them. So there can be this feeling that's like either we grow together or something feels like it's going to snap. So this can be exciting. It doesn't have to be bad. It can be things like, you know, we're going back and forth. We finally, you know, are making a decision. Are we going to get engaged? Or do we get, you know, do we move in with each other? Or does one of us relocate to facilitate the other one? And it's going to feel like a little bit of give and take, because there's so much action going on in your relationship aspect that you're like, okay, this action is impacting my career, or it is impacting my reputation, or it is impacting my status. You know, oh, I'm going from being single to like being engaged, or I'm going from being in a working partnership with somebody from 20 years to like suddenly I'm now working by myself. These are the kind of changes that you're going to see. You know, I think that because Uranus rules relationships, this can be like where relationships and career are impacting each other. So you're going to see a little bit of tension there. Watch your reputation too, because the 7th house is relationships and 10th house is how people see you. There can be some big things that can happen that really changes something about how people view you. On the 8th of the month, we're going to see Mercury conjunct Neptune in Pisces. So Mercury will be in the 8th house, and that rules your money, resources, and possessions, and also a friend. So it seems like, you know, it's either about you talking to a partner about your financial goals and how you want to grow your money and make more money, and that can be saving, investing, or paying off debt. Or you're talking to a friend about, you know, potentially initiating or starting some kind of business, and you're going, okay, how much money do we put into this? Do we get a loan? You know, what do we start with? You know, how much do we want to invest in growing this business? And you have to kind of negotiate and try to define, okay, what's mine and what's yours and like what's ours. And the problem is that Mercury in Pisces is not strong. It's very emotional and sensitive and receptive. It's not analytical. And then Neptune is kind of like confusing and kind of blurry as well. So it's like there's going to be a lot of blurring the lines between, well, what is yours and what is mine? And I think the key here is the sextile to Jupiter and Uranus. And it's like, it's not about what's mine and what's yours. It's what are we creating together? What are we growing? What's ours? So a lot of this is about working as a team, although I would definitely steer away from signing any contracts or initiating anything significant, taking out loans, borrowing, or be careful about people asking for money from you as well. Somebody can come in and say, hey, can I borrow something? And you're like, yeah, what do you need it for? And they're like, oh, my car's broken. And then you find out that they're like gambling it or something, you know? So people can be asking for money, and yeah. And also interest rates can be an issue here. So read the fine print. Don't make any big money moves on the 8th. There's a catch. On the 9th of the month, we're going to see Mars in Aquarius in your relationship house come into a square with Uranus in Taurus. So remember how Venus on the 3rd squared. Okay, so now Mars squares. And this is where there is some action taken by somebody else that promotes or pushes you, in the direction of having some sudden growth within your career or status. Now, it can be something bends until it breaks. If you push something too quickly or someone too quickly in a relationship or in a professional sense, you may find that it's just like, whoop, and we're done here. So be careful with that. There can be the sense of like moving too quickly. At the same time on the 9th, the sun in Pisces is sextiling Uranus as well. So it means that it's because we have to ease our way into change, into vulnerability. We have to be transparent. We have to trust. We have to embrace something that is shifting and changing about our future. So there can be a sense of like almost people kind of like, kind of locking up, right? Fixed signs, they don't want to change, especially when they square each other. There's some tension. So really what's changing is how we look at what's going on with your career, right? Embracing that change, leaning into it. Same day on the 9th, Mercury enters into Aries. So Mercury moves into the 9th house. And I've had to tell everybody this. I'm going to tell you this as well. I kind of screwed up. I forgot to put the Mercury shadow into my slides, although I will add it into my list in my description. Basically, in April, Mercury will go retrograde. You don't have to worry about the retrograde right now, but what I will tell you is that the shadow starts this month. So you'll see on the 18th of the month, Mercury will go into shadow, which means if you want to book flights, if you want to file legal documents, if you want to apply for a school, if you want to travel or do anything, try to do it before the 18th. Otherwise, next month is going to be a hell of a trip because there's eclipses and a retrograde and Chiron conjunct the whole thing at the same time. So we can see some major challenges booking travel next month. We can see some major issues also with getting around, some shifts also with education, some legal, delays. So if this stuff is stuff you need to do it before the 18th. But when Mercury moves into Aries, it's good there for about, like a 8-day period. So once it gets to the 18th, then it's going to come into shadow. This might be about traveling independently as well, or, kind of like changing up or switching up what you're learning or considering a certification of some kind. Investing in traveling or education, I would say. So then we're going to see on the 11th, Venus enters into Pisces. So Venus is now in your 8th house, joining Saturn and Neptune. And this is going to be basically a time where you have access to other people's money. This can be a time where you're applying for loans, you're dealing with credit or debt usage. People may be more generous with you. It can be a time when you're dealing with getting money back, like refunds and inheritances and things of that nature. And it can be documents or things revolving around your vehicle or siblings, because Venus rules your 3rd. So Venus going into this house, generally you receive more from other people, or you notice that your partner, if you have a partner, has like a boost in their income. Then we're going to see on the 17th, the sun will conjunct Neptune in Pisces. So that's really important because you are the sun. Sun conjunct Neptune in the 8th house. That is a bit of a spooky transit. That's a time that you really want to embrace change. Something may end dramatically, or something may kind of dissolve that you didn't see coming. It's a time that you really have to practice faith, and you have to be willing to embrace the unknown and be willing to kind of move into this next phase of your life. And it means that you also have to trust that like the universe is going to like rise up to meet you, because Neptune feels like things are dissolving and you are the sun. So it can be a sense of being like, okay, I'm going through some big like leap of faith. I just have to, just trust that this is going to work out. The 8th house can deal with, grief, loss, death, letting something or someone go. But I think it's about a personal shift in the way that you look at who you are, because you're learning that it's not just about you. It's about you and another person as well. Then we're going to see on the 18th, Mercury goes into shadow. So that basically means from the 18th until the beginning of April, you're starting to feel the effects of Mercury retrograde before it hits. Mercury rules your goals and your friends, and it also rules money. So it'll retrograde in your 9th house, which means You know, if you're planning on going on a trip with your friends, you know, there can be setbacks and delays. Maybe you pay for the trip and then they can't meet you. It can mean that you're investing in a program and you pay for it up front and then you realize, oh, I found something that was a lot more affordable and now I can't get a refund. That kind of stuff. So be really cautious because it is money and goal oriented and it does come under learning and travel in some way. I will tell you that the retrograde will not start until the 2nd of April. It'll go through the 25th and it'll go from 15 to 27 degrees of Aries. But when it enters shadow, Mercury conjuncts the North Node, which means you're going to start seeing right off the bat, like where the potential hangups or problems are. You know, it is really close to Chiron. So it is about, you know, healing through conversations and talking about where we've been hurt, some kind of news coming out about like healing themes around the world. I do feel like, you know, it doesn't really matter where Aries is in your chart because Aries is the first sign of the zodiac. This is kind of saying like both through this retrograde and also the eclipses that we'll see at the beginning of April, it's initiating a new cycle. And that cycle starts with you, Aries. I know you're a Leo, but it starts with Aries. Aries is you. And so the 9th house means it starts with what you learn, where you travel, where you get certifications, where you focus more on your belief systems, where you're connecting with people in other places, where you have a mentor or a teacher, right? So the intentions that you set around this time at the end of March, beginning of April, is initiating what's going to be a brand new year. So you have to learn something before you make the career change, before you have the goal changes, before you cycle things out, before you focus on, you know, who you are as a person and what you're creating. So this is an area that you want to get kind of familiar with, especially because then on the 19th, then we're going to come into the spring equinox, at least here in the northern hemisphere. So this is the real astrological new year. So when the sun enters into the 9th house, you're like at an airport, you're traveling, you're meeting with a counselor, maybe you're thinking about taking a new course or you're learning something. You know, it's going to be about also things that you do independently because that's Aries. And then on the 21st of the month, we're going to see Venus come into conjunction with Saturn. So that'll be in your 8th house. Venus rules communication, siblings, and contracts. It also has connections to career. And Saturn rules coworkers and also relationships. So I have a feeling maybe you're signing a document or something revolving around like a loan or debt. Maybe you're incorporating a business. Maybe this is when you are, you know, investing in starting a website or spending more time on your social media. Maybe you're thinking about hiring somebody to help you with your social media or do some of your marketing. It can be a time when you're saying like, oh, you know, I want to learn a little bit more about this, or I'm paying for ads. So that can happen. But basically, Saturn is about business generally. In your chart, Venus rules your 10th house, but Saturn can be about business. So there is some kind of like business connection, commitment, some kind of merger, some investment in a business. It can also mean that there is like some kind of resource that's kind of maybe coming for you through another person. And the 8th house rules partners' money. So if you're partnered, you know, the Venus-Saturn can represent, you know, where they're going through a time where they're being more conservative with their spending, or they're working through some changes on the career front, or maybe they're, you know, having some limitations with their resources. That can be the case here as well. And that is kind of partnered in with the lunar eclipse in Libra. I'll get to that in a second. On the 22nd of the month, we're going to see then Mars enter Pisces. You have Mars, Venus, Saturn, Neptune, all in your 8th house. On one hand, the 8th house is kind of sexy. It's kind of spiritual. There is this sense of there being a lot of like togetherness and merging and meshing. So it's not unusual that you talk about credit and debt and also like taxes, or you're talking about like loans. But the 8th house, especially with Mars being in the 8th house, Mars is very strong here. This can represent a change or a transformation of your home base. So it might mean that you're open to the idea of changing your home, selling your home, refinancing your home, you know, renovating your home. So that can be kind of coming up. And also looking at how much money you're potentially spending on that. And then, you know, talking to your partner about being like, okay, what are we doing with the home situation? Now, if you're single, like I said, other things can come up. Insurance matters, tax issues. I say issues lightly, but the 8th house makes me feel like, stuff will come back, but the conjunctions to Saturn might be like not as much as you thought. So then we've got on the 25th of the month, we're going to have a lunar eclipse in Libra. So this is a full moon on steroids. This is the first eclipse of a series of eclipses that we're going to be having in the spring. We're going to have another one in 2 weeks in April. So basically, when you have this lunar eclipse, it's a full moon, and it'll be in your 3rd house in opposition to the sun in your 9th house. So full moon in the 3rd house, heightened topics are going to be like siblings, neighbors, contracts, vehicles, communications, meetings, Libra, with people we partner with relationships. And it's a south node eclipse, which means we're clearing something out. So there can be this feeling of like emotions running high and just having like a complete emotional dump. On the other hand, this is ruled by Venus, and Venus is conjunct Saturn. So I do think that this is going to be about having some challenging conversations about joint resources, some realizations about some changes that our siblings might be going through or our neighbors might be going through. It might be involving insurance matters with our vehicles or replacing gadgets. It can also be about receiving like tax documents and things in the mail, or, getting refunds, finding our refund status, and that coming via email. So that can happen too right around the eclipse as well. So yes, it's happening in the 3rd, but it's kind of happening through the lens of this Venus-Saturn in your 8th house. So change seems to be the name of the game. Can definitely be a more difficult time in getting money for moving or for vehicle like loans or like debt consolidation. That can be a little bit more challenging with that as well. So just be mindful of that. Okay, so let's take a look. Let's see what the cards say for you. Ooh, I get the Empress. Okay, so obviously this talks about growth, life, nurturing, mother figures. Certainly with lunar eclipses, we can see stuff that can come up with moms. But, mother energy would have to come up through Mars. And so Mars is going to be going into your 8th house. I wonder for some of you guys if the 8th house is like pregnancy, right? Because, Jupiter rules your 5th house and Jupiter's getting really close to Uranus in the 10th house. So some of you guys may be pregnant with ideas. Some of you guys may be feeling, that being a mom or a parent is very inspiring. Some people are just saying like, I'm the Empress, it's me. It's me really kind of tapping into, my inner creative self, focusing more on what I'm growing, what I'm nurturing, what I'm creating. And really kind of getting familiar with Venus. So I would say, because you're going to have an eclipse in a Venus sign, writing letters maybe to, future lovers, or doing some karmic clearing where you're writing, a list of things that you're releasing and getting rid of because you know that it's going to pave the way for better self-love. That's one way to look at it. But the Empress seems to be really kind of focusing on what's growing. And like this 8th house can talk about some kind of merger of some kind of relationship or new financial situation, which I think can be very abundant. Good luck, my Leos. I will see you next month. We've got Virgo and Virgo rising. What's going on, guys? I hope you're well. We're going to be talking all about the astrology transits for the month of March of 2024. Just a heads up, we are going to talk a little bit about Mercury. There is a ton of Mercury transits. We'll get into them, but the one that I'm the most focused on is probably going to be when Mercury is coming into contact with Neptune early in the month. We'll talk on that. And also when we see Mercury come into shadow around mid-month and touch on the North Node, okay? So those are 2 really significant Mercury transits. And yeah, we'll kind of get going now. All right. So on the 3rd of the month, we're going to see Venus in Aquarius. So Venus will start the beginning of the month, as will Mars in your 6th house of health habits and daily routines. So likely you've been working really hard on creating a schedule, sticking to it, being consistent, your health, your wellness, all that stuff, and getting your to-do list done. So Venus in the 6th house is a little annoying. It does kind of feel like you're not getting what you need in certain relationships. So there's certain delays in regards to relationships. Or maybe just feeling like you're trying to find the time to come together with another person, right? So somebody else that you're taking up with can be busy as well. Venus will square Uranus, okay? And so Venus wants peace, pleasure, and relationships. She wants joy. She wants harmony. Venus rules money and Venus rules travel. So as Venus goes through the 6th house and her square to Uranus takes place, it means that there's something that's not quite in sync between what your travel or educational plans are and also like what your job or health plans are. There's something that's kind of getting kind of entangled in in a roadblock. I feel like this is about learning lessons in love. I feel like this can be about knowing that in order to connect with the person you love, you have to make the time, you have to create the time, you have to be willing to make some changes to your health habits or schedule to be able to meet others. And maybe even free you up so you can do some training or do some traveling as well. That might be another area of focus. Now, then on the 8th of the month, we are going to see Mercury conjunct Neptune in Pisces. Now, this is very important for you because you are Mercury. Other people are Jupiter or Neptune. So when Mercury is now in Pisces and it's in conjunction to Neptune, I think this is a very significant heart-to-heart conversation maybe that you're having with somebody. Can be a client, can be a therapist, can be a friend, can be a relationship, but it could literally be about confronting somebody and being like, where have you been? Why haven't I heard from you? What's been going on? Why have you been, are you avoiding me? Why aren't you calling me back? It can also be a time where you have like a really insightful conversation with a therapist or like a counselor or even a reader, somebody who can give you some kind of insight, because Mercury is generally very analytical and you're going into the 7th house in Pisces where somebody's like looking into a crystal ball or reading tarot cards, or like you're dealing with like a crazy partner who's like telling you tall tales. That can happen too. Be very careful with whose advice you buy with a Mercury-Neptune conjunction in the 7th house, because I feel like some people can feed you some bullshit if you're not careful. But you may also, get the advice that you need, and it may come from a different perspective than where you're used to kind of getting it from. Okay. Then we're going to see on the 9th, Mars in Aquarius now in your 6th house, where it's been hard work, sacrifice, dedication, giving away, comes into a square with Uranus. And I feel like this is where you're like, oh my gosh, it's been all work, no play. I need more spontaneity in my life. I need to travel. I need to break away. I'm just like, it feels like Groundhog's Day in your life, maybe. So maybe you're feeling like a little bit more willing to make changes in your schedule or in your day-to-day life, so that way you feel like you can have more freedom. And it might be a day where you're like, you know what, screw it. Like, I'm just going to call in and go to Disneyland, or like something like that, something that's like very, you might have to travel a little bit, or you might have to kind of, get outside of your usual comfort zone, but it's about breaking free and having a little bit more of spontaneity in your life. All right, so then I see the very same day we have Sun in Pisces, sextile Uranus. So it may be prompted by somebody who tells you like, yeah, why not? Let's do it. Like a partner convinces you or says, yeah, let's like make a day of it, or like, let's get away for the weekend. Like, let's play hooky on Friday. Something like that can come up where they're incentivizing you to kind of make that change. And then Mercury goes into Aries. So very busy day for you on the 9th. Obviously Mercury is important because it does rule you. So when it goes from the 7th house of others to the 8th house of secrets and things that are taboo, and it's about, joint resources and transforming or healing or going deep and like asking all of those like really intense questions. I always say the 5th house is where we fall in love, the 7th house is where we partner, the 8th house is where we actually merge. So I could definitely see some energies here for the next month with, gearing up for Mercury retrograde, where you're really reevaluating what it means to be vulnerable with somebody else, what it means to open up, what it means to tackle some of these difficult, conversations about money, sex, intimacy, vulnerability, or fear. It's all going to come up. It's all going to come out in the wash this next month. You'll see. All right, on the 11th of the month, Venus enters Pisces. So you'll have Venus and Saturn and Neptune, and also the sun hanging out in Pisces. So this is going to be like one of two things. One is it may feel super magical, super whimsical, head over heels. You've met somebody and you're like, this is it. It almost feels like a Disney movie. Venus and Neptune and the sun being in the 7th house. It's like my dreams are coming true. But for other people, you're going to be like, people are crazy. It's a jungle out there. I'm dealing with some people who are literally pathological liars, or they're showing me that they're having psychological issues or problems with drugs. You know, these are the lower octaves of Pisces. Or you're feeling like people are kind of like globbing onto you and being like, help me. I'm dealing with all these problems. I don't know what to do. Can you help me? And you're like, oh my goodness, this is overwhelming. So it depends on where you're at. I would say, I'm not going to say be cautious of other people. Yes, the 7th house is great for meeting people, but you guys, Saturn and Mars are malefics, okay? So you have Saturn and Mars in there, and Venus is coming up on Saturn as well. So be very careful with who you partner, who you give valuable things to, who you give your heart to, who you commit to, because it can be Looney Tunes. It can be. But for some people, yes, you're going to be like, this is amazing. I met my twin flame for the 12th time. I'm happy for you. I hope it works out this time. But honestly, be careful with who you're taking up with. I do hope that you guys have a breakthrough in relationships if you're looking for someone. And those of you guys who are partnered, I hope it's really helping you get to the core of, you know, maybe where you have been disconnected and reconnect. And for those of you guys who don't want anybody, you're probably the safest ones, to be honest with you. So, but Venus and Pisces in the 7th house, you're going to hear all the astrologers tell you like, oh, it's time to meet your soulmate and relationships on the horizons. Sure. I think you're better off trying to meet people and like going away places or trying to connect with people at a distance. Because like I said, you'll see some of the heavier energies of Mars and Saturn and Neptune. But then we're going to see on the 17th, the Sun conjuncts Neptune. And this is where I think things get fishy, pun intended. The Sun rules the 12th house. It's like they say to you, like, I'm here. And then somebody could vanish. And you're like, wait, where did you go? Like, what's going on? I thought we had a good thing going on here. And then they ghost you, or they don't show up, or you end up kind of finding out some kind of secret about somebody. And you're like, you know, I thought I knew that person. Maybe not. So be careful. On the 18th of the month, this is when Mercury goes into shadow. So Mercury rules you and your body, and also your career and your authority. And so get familiar with the 8th house. It naturally inconjuncts or quincunxes you, so it might feel a little uncomfortable. But you're going to have in early April a Mercury retrograde there. You're going to have a solar eclipse there. You know, Mercury is going to go back and forth over the North Node. So it's trying to bring your attention to 8th house, what you must change and transform. What needs to be dealt with, what needs to be healed, what needs to be worked through, what fears, what blockages that you possess within your own right. Where are you afraid to make some changes and to be vulnerable with other people? What needs to change with taxes, joint resources, insurance, debt, or money owed? Now, what I will say is on the 18th, Mercury conjuncts the North Node as it's going into shadow. So you want to do your Mercury retrograde stuff prior to the 18th. If you want to change your body, go through a detox. If you need to do a surgical procedure, if you need to remove or laser something off, all of these things. If you're, you know, trying to work out debt or, you know, pay something off, I would say you can try to do it before the 18th. Otherwise, you're going to be dealing with it the whole retrograde. I do think it's about transformation and the way that you look at change at work, or the way that you look at responsibility of your money. That's kind of how I see it. And like I said, Mercury will, you know, hit Chiron. So it's about wounding in terms of security and vulnerability. And then we'll see an eclipse and a retrograde there. So get very familiar with Mercury retrograde in the 8th house, just the 8th house in general. My advice is start getting your taxes done before the 18th. If you haven't already done them, this can be a real pain in the ass, because I could see a lot of you guys like scrambling to get your taxes done, or to like make investments into your accounts and other things. And like you're coming to a deadline in early April that is not going to be fun. And then you're like, oh my God, it's Mercury retrograde and it's eclipses here. And I'm realizing like I owed more money and I wasn't prepared. And now I'm trying to find, you know, somebody who can kind of help me with my deductions. Like, get your taxes done early in March. That's my best advice. All right, so then we have on the 19th, the Sun enters Aries. So it's highlighting the 8th house, which is about, you know, changes, release, transformation. It can be that you personally are going through, that you're asking for, and really looking at what you need to heal within yourself. And then we're going to see on the 21st, Venus will conjunct Saturn. So Saturn rules romantic relationships, children, and creativity and self-expression. Venus rules money, resources, prized possessions, and travel. I mean, hey, exalted Venus conjunct your 5th house lord. I'm not afraid of that. I think that for some of you guys, if you work through some of like the Looney Tunes stuff, it really can be a situation where you're like, I have something very valuable. I have this commitment. We were able to work through something. One of us got scared, but we're still showing up and we're here, right? And so learning to be truly connected to our partners, where our partners can really show us like true love, commitment, and compassion and sacrifice in order for us to be in a better, or stronger relationship. So it's about letting love in. So you might have some bumps early in the month, sure. I do think the Venus-Saturn conjunction is interesting because you may be gifted something from someone or vice versa. You may be gifting someone something that's very valuable. And that kind of factors into the lunar eclipse in Libra. So I'll get to that in a second. And then on the 22nd of the month, we're going to see Mars enter into Pisces. So Mars is about communication, learning, traveling. It can be also about siblings, social media, and also the mind and change. So what's changing is you're, putting up some new status. Oh, just engaged, or, newly single, or I don't know, it's complicated. Like there's something that you're like telling people or announcing, I think, about like some new state of your relationship. It can be about having heart-to-heart relationships with heart-to-heart conversations with a relationship or a partner about change with vehicles, change with taxes, change with joint resources. And I would say Mercury retrograde here as well. For some of you guys who are like, now I'm married, I have to file different taxes, or now I'm single, or some of you guys are saying, you're dealing with like a really difficult ex-partner, and the retrograde in your 8th house is going to be about child support or alimony, and trying to kind of get somebody on the same page with giving you support in the process that you have to go through. So it's going to be different for everybody. But I will say that the Venus-Saturn conjunction is generally pretty positive. Mars and Venus in your 7th house is bringing a lot of action to a relationship. So if you're single and you're looking to mingle, you can find someone. It's not going to be hard for you to do that. And then finally, you're going to have a lunar eclipse that will be happening, and this will be on the 25th of the month in Libra at 5 degrees. So a full moon lunar eclipse. So it says South Node eclipse, full moon on steroids. So South Node full moon means that it's an emotional kind of completion or closing out, something we've been working towards since last October. South Node means what we release, what we're giving away. It's ruled by Venus, and Venus is in the 7th house. So what are we giving other people? Are you giving them a really nice gift? Are you proposing to them? Are you giving them, child support? Or are you having to, give them some money to borrow? Something like that could be coming up. And what I would say is that, this retrograde in your 8th house seems like it's about paying something off, paying something back. So if you have to make a big purchase, even if you don't give it to someone else, if you have to make a big purchase, it's about how you're getting repaid or how you're paying off that loan or that debt or that credit card throughout the next month. So be careful with your expenses and what you're spending on, how you're spending, right? Because there's going to be a lot of spending money on another person. Or if somebody's going through, a period where they need something, then it's like some changes that you're making, maybe with like insurance or other things to make sure stuff gets covered. That's another way that retrograde can play out. Anyway, don't forget that you also have a new moon in Pisces, okay? So this new moon in Pisces, for those of you guys who are like, I'm single, I'm not dealing with this craziness, the new moon in Pisces will be on the 10th. This is at 20 degrees of Pisces. And it'll be sextiling Uranus and also slightly Jupiter. So it's a great time to set the stage for setting new relationship intentions, being more positive and optimistic about where you see your love life going. It can also plant the seeds for existing relationships to talk about, engagement, traveling, marriage, ceremonies, and just having a lot of fun being able to travel together. So that seems really positive here as well. All right, so let's take a look at this. Let's see what the cards say for you, my Virgos. Ooh, I love it. King of Cups. Okay, so this can be a Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces, but this can also be you. It can literally be talking about you emotionally. Your cup runneth over, feeling very strongly committed, devoted, emotionally connected, very tapped in, psychic, intuitive, and aware of what's going on. It seems like a very emotional month, just with all these planets in Pisces, and they're all in your opposite sign. So it's really quite different than the energies that you're used to. So get used to maybe feeling a little bit more, being a little bit vulnerable, being comfortable with, talking about your feelings, like really embracing that sense of togetherness and sweetness with another person. Or it's about tapping into your intuition and using that to kind of better assess what is and isn't for you, and to help you get a better read on other people, so that way you feel like you're kind of better protecting your space. I hope that's helpful for you, Virgos, and I will catch you back here next month in April. Good luck. What's up, Libra and Libra rising? Welcome to your March 2024 horoscope overview. Boy, oh boy, all eyes are on you. We are having a lot of Venus kind of things going on this month, and we are going to be experiencing a Libra lunar eclipse in your sign. So let's go ahead and get started with the beginning of the month. We're actually going to see Venus start the beginning of the month and Mars in your 5th house of creativity and self-expression and joy. So while Venus is in Aquarius, she's going to come into a square with Uranus. Basically, your Venus. So Venus being in the 5th house means what I create, how I have fun, my love life, my self-expression, my children, my own business. The squares to Uranus means that you're doing something different. And the truth is that not everybody is going to like what changes you're making this particular month. Not everybody is going to like some of the shifts that you're making, but you create anyway. You focus more on what brings you joy, what brings you happiness, and I think what is going to be the more authentic version of you. Uranus rules your 5th house of children, creativity, and also dating. So there's a mutual reception between Venus and Uranus. They're both kind of saying the same thing. It basically means that you need to create for the sake of creating without feeling like there has to be any financial endgame or any kind of goal or anything. It's just taking chances. Sometimes that's with relationships, sometimes that's with love, and kind of hoping for the best. Venus rules your 1st house of your appearance and your 8th house of change. So it can be a time where you're feeling a little bit more willing to take chances when it comes to how you style, how you dress, how you look, and it may be a little quirky or unconventional. Watch for gambling and taking risks, which can materialize as losses. This is not a day that you want to be super risky when it comes to money. Now, on the 8th of the month, we're going to see Mercury conjunct Neptune in Pisces. So at this point, Mercury is hanging out in your 6th house. It is strong in the 6th house. It likes to get organized. It likes to focus on fitness. It likes to create to-do lists. It wants to get things done. But remember, in the sign of Pisces, it's all about leaning into what your intuition is telling you. Kind of like navigating your daily routines through what feels right. So you have to keep checking in with your intuition, your higher self. It might mean that you're making more time to learn, to travel, to study, or also for self-reflection, time for rest and recuperation. Now, Mercury coming into conjunction with Neptune in general is not really a transit that you get a lot of clarity, right? Especially Mercury being in fall in Pisces. I do feel like this can represent kind of a turning point where you're like, you know what, maybe this habit isn't the best for me, or maybe this is not where I should be working or how I should be working, and trying to kind of dissolve or release old habits. And you might do that through meditation or hypnosis. You might need a teacher or somebody who can teach you a technique so you can learn to let go of stress, fear, or anxiety, or some kind of bad habit. Now, then we've got on the 9th of the month, Mars in Aquarius, which will be in your 5th house of creativity, self-expression, also comes into a square with Uranus. So not as friendly, okay? The Venus-Uranus square you can navigate, but Mars rules relationships, and it also rules personal possessions and money. And Mars coming into a square with Uranus means that lovers, creative projects, children, it can also be romantic partners, are kind of challenging or pushing your buttons a little bit when it comes to finances and joint resources. This is also a transit that you want to be really careful, because if you are really hasty jumping into a relationship, jumping into an investment, jumping into something with a creative project, it may not be consistent, it may not be stable. It might be something that kind of happens suddenly or unexpectedly. Uranus in the 8th can mean sudden financial ups and downs. And so you might say, well, I'm making an investment, and then you get into something earlier in the month, and then you see the Mars square 6 days later, and you're like, I'm getting out of it, and like, you know, it could be at a loss. So you could get in and out of something too quick. The very same day, we're going to have the Sun in Pisces in your 6th house, sextiling Uranus. So because of this sudden change, it looks like it comes from kind of clearing up a habit, something in your work life. It can mean that, you know, you're actually finally completing or finishing something up in regards to an act of service. And you realize, like, this is taking up a lot of time. This is taking up a lot of, you know, energy. Maybe it's time for me to release this and cut this loose. So I feel like I have more time for playtime. Interesting. And then at the same time on the 9th, we're going to see Mercury enter into Aries. So it will move into your 7th house of relationships. I'm going to put a pin in that and come back to that in a second because that's important. Now on the 11th of the month, Venus enters Pisces. So on one hand, Venus does very well in Pisces. She's exalted here. She rules everything from, you know, water to, I think in the 6th house, cleansing, spas, vet appointments, doctor's appointments, you know, kind of like beauty spas, med spas, that kind of stuff can come up here. You are Venus. So when Venus is in the 6th house, you are getting healthy, getting organized, getting balanced, getting into a routine. What's interesting here is that Venus is not totally thrilled being in the 6th house. So it's like you have to do work, or there has to be some kind of sacrifice maybe to your old habits or your old routines in order to have better health, right? And so you might realize, like, okay, part of being healthy and loving myself is, you know, sometimes cutting out the things that I know aren't good for me. I can totally relate to that being a Libra rising. I know that it's coming with this new moon and some of these transits that I got to make some changes. I will say that it brings beauty wherever Venus is. So this is a great time to like bring flowers into your office space, reorganize your office space. It can be a time also where there's more smoother kind of relationships at work. Maybe you join a new gym, maybe you join a new spa. Something like that can happen where you can be healing and also detoxing. And it can bring in also people who can help you with health, fitness, but also like mental health as well, because that's Pisces. Then on the 17th, you're going to see the Sun come into conjunction with Neptune in Pisces. So the Sun rules your goals, your friends, networks, and other people. And this may be a time where you're working with a friend, you're working out with a friend, maybe you've joined a new fitness group, a new meditation class, maybe you've joined a new gym, and you're making connections with other people. Sun conjunct Neptune does represent a softening and like an opening up or feeling inspired. So it might mean that you join a group, or, you know, you have like a friend that inspires you to want to be better about your mental health or your habits, and also your routines. But this is also a day where it's like we can have weird ailments. We can feel really tired, really lethargic out of nowhere. We don't see it coming. It just hits us and we're like, oh, you know, I just need some more rest and recuperation. So be mindful that you can be feeling a little tired or under the weather. Also with Venus being so close to Saturn and Neptune, I'll tell you that like not all people at work are here to be your friends. So be mindful that there can be some people that you can be taking up with at work who are coworkers who you're like friendly with, but you realize like this person isn't my friend. So you're at work to work. You're not really there to kind of make friends. You'll see there can be some issues with people later in the month. So then on the 18th, while Mercury is in Aries, it comes into conjunction with the North Node, and then it comes into shadow. So I failed to mention this on my first video, so I'm including it now for all of you guys. But in April, Mercury will go retrograde. And I keep telling everybody, I don't even want to get into it yet, but like April is a force to be reckoned with. It is going to be one hell of a month. So we're coming into shadow this month. So I wanted to give everybody the heads up now. You know, do your Mercury retrograde stuff before the 18th, because once we get to the 18th, then we're in the shadow, even though the Mercury retrograde will be taking place from the 2nd through the 25th of April, from 15 to 27 degrees of Aries. You will start feeling the effects of this right around the time of the shadow period. This is when Mercury is coming into the degrees which it will retrograde. So Mercury is going to retrograde in your 7th house. You're going to have an eclipse in your 7th house. You are going to have a Mercury Chiron conjunction in your 7th house. So those of you guys who are in relationships, it's spelling out a lot of relationship miscommunications. some, real turning points in regards to your committed relationships. It can represent a time where you need a counselor or a coach or a therapist, not just for your relationships, for you in general. Aries is you, okay? So get familiar with this part of the chart because of the retrograde and the eclipses. They're going to be so highlighted over the next several months. Aries is not your first house, but this is the first sign of the zodiac. So it represents what's being initiated. Seventh house, okay, it's partnering, it's your marketplace, it's your clients, it's your romantic relationships, but it's also about conflict. It's also about showing up and airing things out. It's where we meet other people. And unfortunately, Aries is an aggressive sign. So it can indicate that there is some brewing conflict coming in relationships with other people that need to be dealt with, which can be healed through this conflict if you air it out, or through the assistance of like a mediator or a counselor or a therapist. Anyway, if you're looking to commit in a relationship, have those conversations before the 18th. Otherwise, wait till the stuff blows over next month and then you can kind of tackle it then. Mercury rules communication, it rules business, it rules services, it rules traveling, and also your belief system or education and things that are hidden or subconscious. So I foresee with this Mercury retrograde that there are going to be some unexpected things that are going to be coming up with your relationship to another person. It might mean that subconsciously you're having dreams about somebody and you're working through those blockages. It might mean that there are some secret things that you've been kind of bottling up and holding inside that you want to talk to somebody about, and then during the retrograde it just comes out. I don't know. But just be mindful that it's going to be much more challenging to communicate and work through relational issues next month. So you want to kind of get the show on the road with some of this stuff sooner rather than later. Okay. So then we are going to have on the 19th, the sun enters Aries. So now the sun and Mercury and the North Node are in your 7th house, shining a light on partnerships and relationships. So if you're single, getting ready to meet people, getting more active in relationships. If you have a client-based business or if you work with people one-on-one, it can represent your marketplace and what you're selling or what services you offer. But obviously if you're partnered or if you're in a committed relationship or if you have a spouse, this can be bringing your attention to that person. But Aries can be the relationship with yourself. So this is why I was saying get familiar with this part of the chart, because I believe that wherever Aries is where we're going to be initiating something new. We're going to have to go through a process over the next month or two where we're kind of reassessing, what am I initiating in this area of my chart? How am I developing a better relationship to myself? And through developing a better relationship to myself, it requires some kind of change and some maneuvering in my relationship to other people. So when you change, your relationships to others change as well. We're then going to be seeing on the 21st, Venus, which rules your chart, will conjunct Saturn. I can see two sides of this personally. On one hand, Venus does rule your body and your appearance, and it also represents transformation and merger. This can indicate that, you are in a position where you're wanting to change or transform something about your body. So you're finding the right person to help you do that. Whether you want to get something done cosmetic, or you need to get a surgical procedure, or maybe you're considering getting like a tattoo, or maybe you need to find a new hairstylist or whatever. Venus conjunct Saturn can indicate that you're kind of trying to find the right person for the job. Sixth house is generally like your pets or your coworkers. So it can be a time when you're like, okay, I need to find the best vet, or I need to find, the best personal assistant. But Saturn rules your 4th house of home and family, and it also rules your 5th house of children. So I could see some of you guys being like, I need to find a housekeeper, or I need to hire a babysitter, or, I'm trying to work out issues and finding like a new healthcare provider. Any of these things can come up. This is factored in also with the lunar eclipse that's going to be in Libra, so I'll get to that in a second. But know that Venus-Saturn conjunctions, I feel like this is for you going to be about making sacrifices with your habits because you know it's best for your health and it's something you need to do. And it may go hand in hand with detoxing. All right, and then we've got on the 22nd, then Mars enters into Aries. So you're going to have, Pisces. So you're going to have Venus, Saturn, Neptune, and Mars all in your 6th house. Well, the good news is that Mars likes being in the 6th house. It likes to have work to do, to make sacrifices, to, you know, really overcome challenges, to overcome obstacles. All of these planets in the sixth house are sextiling Jupiter and Uranus. So you're seeing where challenges, hard work, and dedication has led to some major transformations and I think upgrades for you spiritually, but also when it comes to your finances. So it's like you're working hard for what you're making, but at the same time, it's about how you're making your money work for you. So I could see some of you guys going like, I need to find an accountant. I need to find a tax professional. I need to find somebody who can help me, you know, with financial advising, to really help, you know, change and transform your overall long-term financial outlook. So watch for those people to kind of pop in. Also, I should note that Mars rules the North Node in your 7th house. So as Mars is coming into this part of the chart, it can kind of indicate that there is some stuff that's kind of floating around in regards to some stuff that's coming up with a relationship that hasn't quite become visible yet. And you'll start to see this more as I think the retrograde is kind of kicking in next month and we have planets in the 7th house. So it can kind of feel as if there is a little bit of distance or there is some static in some relationships and you're kind of like waiting for the other shoe to drop. And then finally on the 25th of the month, we're going to have that lunar eclipse in Libra. That's going to be at 5 degrees of Libra, right on your ascendant, sun or moon. If you have anything from 4 to 6 degrees of Libra, sun, moon, or rising. Obviously, you know, a full moon in the 1st house does represent a personal completion for yourself. You have to go back and look at what was going on in October of 2023 when you set a new moon intention on a solar eclipse in Libra around 21 degrees. This is that completion and that fulfillment of that. Now, what is the full moon on the ascendant? A radical appearance change. It can be shifts in regards to your style, how you carry yourself, how you look. The moon does rule your public reputation and your 10th house of career. And obviously the sun represents goals. So you can be very much in the spotlight during this eclipse. However, it is a south node eclipse. So it does represent what we're releasing, what we're letting go, what we're shedding, old versions of ourselves, shedding the skin so something new can emerge. So, the ruler of this particular full moon is going to be Venus. And Venus, like I said, will be in your 6th house conjunct Saturn. So an eclipse in the 1st house plus a Venus-Saturn conjunction, my Libra risings, you guys have to really watch your health. There can definitely be some health ailments that can be coming from this particular eclipse, especially stuff that impacts your lower back, your stomach, or your feet. Lower immune system issues, problem with not getting adequate sleep, really run down. That's kind of the stuff that I'm seeing here. Obviously, touch wood, I say this as a Libra rising myself, but knowing that Mars is also going to be in this house and Mars is going to be in between Venus and also Saturn. Venus will be between these two particular planets. So it does seem to kind of indicate like your health is a little bit more sensitive this month. Now, preemptively, before you get to this lunar eclipse, you'll have a new moon that's going to be taking place in Pisces. And this will be on the 10th of March. And it'll be at 20 degrees of Pisces in your 6th house, helping you set new intentions, plant new seeds in regards to health, wellness, and goals. And it will be sextiling Jupiter, the traditional ruler, and conjunct Neptune, the modern day ruler. For me, it kind of says like there is a need to make some major changes to your health habits and what you're consuming. Maybe you want to cut sugar. Maybe you want to do water fasting. Maybe it's time for you to switch up your workout routine or input some kind of detoxing or energy healing, some frequency healing. These might be all things that can kind of help you let go of some of these old habits. And we'll be in between eclipses. So then 2 weeks later, you know, at the beginning of April, we're going to have a solar eclipse in the 7th house, which will be with a Mercury retrograde. So that's going to be bringing up a need to, you know, talk to a specialist, a therapist. It might be bringing up some stuff where you're needing to kind of work in communication with a partner. So we'll talk about it more next month, but I think, you know, you and Aries are going to feel this a little bit more so strongly because they're going to be happening on your 2 specific axes. All right, so let's take a look. Let's see what the cards say for you, Libra. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. You got the Tower. I see this more being connected to Uranus than anything. Sure, it could be Mars as well. And Mars is going to be in your 6th house. So it could be okay, you know, a job is ending, or a health issue comes up, or, you know, I have a crisis potentially in a relationship. But the Tower is basically saying, like, whatever is coming to, you know, falling apart right now, or whatever is coming apart at the seams, is happening because it doesn't serve a solid foundation in your life. Like, it's not something that was solid to begin with. So if you were just trying to skate by and not do health stuff, and health stuff comes up, now you're realizing, okay, I have to actually be better about it. If you're seeing some stuff crumbling with relationships or job or coworkers, okay, it may not be the best job or the location or the best relationship for you. So yes, I do think it's going to be overwhelming. I do. I think that this full moon also on your ascendant is going to be very sensitive and very emotional. And so you have to be present with that and kind of move through that. And learn to just let the things go that need to go. Clear out some of this stuff that's old, outdated, you know, ways of looking at life, and just try to breathe. And obviously let me know how things go for you. Like I said, I'm a Libra rising too, so I'm kind of like, we'll see what happens when we get to the end of the month. Leave me your comments. Good luck, Libra. All right, so we have Scorpio and Scorpio rising. You're going to be doing, obviously, all of the transits in March of 2024. But we're going to be focusing mostly on what's going on first with Mars and Pluto, and then we'll get into the rest of the transits this month. So I hope you're doing well. One of the things that we're going to see, you know, Pluto is still very much in Aquarius. It's not moving. It is going to continue to move up in degrees up to about 2 degrees this year. So it's still direct for some time, radically changing and transforming something about your home base, your family, or your private life. Now, Mars, on the other hand, is going to make a square to Uranus, and we will also see a Mars ingress this month. Those are the two transits that you are going to want to watch the most. Definitely the Mars ingress is a little bit easier than the Uranus square. Now, on the 3rd of the month, we're going to see Venus in Aquarius square Uranus in Taurus. So we actually start the beginning of the month with Mars, Venus, and Pluto in Aquarius in your 4th house, where you're focusing on home and family. Well, Venus is going to come into the square with Uranus, and Venus rules relationships and partners. And Venus in the 4th house squaring Uranus means that there can be some female family relationships. There can be a woman coming and staying at your home. It can represent a female roommate or a female family member or a spouse, creating a little bit of strife or kind of kicking up some stuff with other people. Okay, so this would be one of those times where you want to be mindful. If you know you have family coming to stay at the house and you know that they don't get on well with everybody who lives there, I would keep an eye on them, because there can be some sparks. Venus and Uranus, when they square, they are in mutual reception, which means they're saying the same thing. So both of them need liberation of the home, liberation of the relationship. And it can mean just doing things differently at home, doing things differently within the relationship. You know, it can be about having a little bit of space. That's possible. But it can also mean that there is a sense of like outgrowing something about the home or the relationship space. Now, on the 8th of the month, you're going to see Mercury conjunct Neptune in Pisces. So Mercury will have left Aquarius. It's hanging out in Pisces, where it's much more intuitive and sensitive and emotional. It's less analytical. And you're going to see a very strong transit of a lot of planets moving through Pisces in your 5th house this month, which is very positive because it will be trining your sun, moon, or your rising. 5th house, creativity, children. It can represent playtime, self-expression, dating, falling in love, your own personal, projects or creations. I think about Mercury conjuncting Neptune, and just in general terms, it does kind of represent like foggy or, miscommunication. So that kind of makes me feel like there can be a difficult time in communicating or expressing how you feel with other people. Mercury represents your 8th house of other people's resources, but it can also be like taxes, money, or secrets. And it also is connected to your 11th house of friends. So Mercury coming into conjunction with Neptune in the 5th house can quite literally mean, meeting with friends, grabbing a drink, going to dinner, going to shows, doing things that are more kind of leisurely. And Neptune can be a time where, somebody has a couple drinks and they tell you a secret, or they let you in on something, or, one of your kids is kind of telling tall tales. So there can be some issues with miscommunications here. Then we're going to see on the 9th, Mars in Aquarius will square Uranus in Taurus. So this is Mars in your 4th house, squaring Uranus in your 7th house. Well, Scorpio, you are Mars. So through action, drive, dedication, and focus when it comes to home and goals relating to home, it is squaring Uranus, which means it's bringing up some friction with the relationship with a partner. Now, it can mean that you're like quickly trying to get back home, or you're, talking to a partner about traveling and getting out of the house or going somewhere or doing something different. But there is some pressure here revolving around fulfilling what you need to do at home and also appeasing partners. And to me, it feels like there can definitely be some quarrels here. So be really careful on the 9th. Now, the very same day, the sun in Pisces, which is in the 5th house of creativity, self-expression, or fun, is sextiling Uranus. And it makes me feel like maybe you're just saying, you know what, we need to get out of the house. We need to go and do something different. Like, let's go out on a date night. Like, let's switch it up. Like, let's go somewhere else, or maybe do a little bit of traveling, maybe do a weekend away. And that can kind of relieve some of that pressure with Mars square Uranus. And then the same day, Mercury, which is going to be coming into Aries in your 6th house, happens. So we see Mercury change signs. Mercury does well in the 6th house. It wants to work out. It wants to be organized. It wants to kind of get back on track with work and responsibilities and kind of checking off things on your to-do list. Mercury rules 8th house of joint resources and also your 11th house of goals. So I could see this as a time where some of you guys are like doing your taxes. I could see this as a time also where maybe you're hiring somebody to start training you, because the 6th house can be health and wellness. Maybe you're investing more in some new software or program or something to be able to manage your finances. This can also be a time where, your attention is being brought to your office space, your schedule, your routine, your coworkers. And I want you to get very familiar with this house, Scorpio, because this is going to be a house that's going to be like lit up like a Christmas tree over the next several weeks, clear into, the end of April. Mercury will spend quite a while in this part of the chart. And so what I like is that Mercury functions well here. So if you want to get your finances, your health, or your goals in order, if you want to, change jobs, move offices, get back to a healthier state of mind, back to the gym, schedule, medical appointments, you can do all of these things with this particular transit, especially because Aries deals with fitness. So I'm going to put a pin in that and I'll come back to it in a second. Now, on the 11th of the month, Venus will enter Pisces. So this is nice because Venus is moving into its exaltation. You're going to have Venus, Saturn, Neptune, all kind of hanging out here. And then soon it will be Mars in your 5th house. Pretty great energy. Great for spending time with your kids, great for going on dates, great for feeling inspired, creating art, falling in love, having a lot of romantic time. There's a huge emphasis on what you're creating. And also it can be about children. Pisces is a sign that's about sacrifice, believe it or not. Even though it's really spiritual and whimsical, there is this sense of the sacrifice that we make for the things that we love. And that's a big theme with the eclipses. But I look at this and I go, okay, what is it that you love, and what are you dreaming of, or what are you desiring, or what are you hoping to kind of bring into fruition? That's what I want you to be thinking about. Venus does rule committed relationships. So Venus going into the 5th house can indicate if you're single, you meet somebody at a show, at a bar, at a theater, or at a casino, or at a club. It can mean that if you're in a committed relationship, then you're just focusing more on togetherness, romance, and the relationship that you have with your partner and how you guys can be expressing that to one another. Now, then we're going to see on the 17th, the sun will come into conjunction with Neptune. So the sun represents your professional goals, and it represents your reputation. And obviously Neptune is the modern day ruler of Pisces. So Sun and Neptune in the 5th house seems like a very dreamy, romantic time, a time maybe by the beach, by water, doing something kind of secluded, romantic, and a time where you're feeling very much like you're in the zone of creating, especially if that's something that you do professionally. Now, Leo can also be about children. So it can be that you're kind of, exploring the options of, do I want to have kids with my partner? You know, is this a goal of mine? Do I see this happening? Because I'm seeing sextiles to your 7th house of relationships. So that can be happening here as well. Obviously with Sun conjunct Neptune, it's a time where we want to be tapped into our creativity, self-expression, and also like feeling inspired. But things can be very hazy when the Sun conjuncts Neptune and also when Mercury conjuncts Neptune. So it's very similar energy to what we saw earlier in the month on the 8th. Now, then we're going to see on the 18th of the month, this is when Mercury enters shadow, okay? So Mercury for you rules friends, and it also rules things that are hidden, subconscious, or secret. Joint resources, money as well. So Mercury going retrograde in the 6th house is things like I am switching jobs, I'm switching office spaces, you know, I am finally, you know, going to heal something. I'm going to cut out some kind of habit. I'm going to change my diet. I'm going to detox. Something can be coming up in regards to that. And so it may impact you socially because Mercury is connected to your 11th house. So if you're like, I'm not drinking, I'm not staying out late, you know, telling your friends that, they're like, well, how are you having fun? You know, like, what are you doing? And you're like, well, I'm working out, I'm busy, I'm sticking to a routine. And it can mean that it inspires you to want to go and connect with other people who have healthier habits, or maybe like some kind of group fitness classes. But yeah, basically do all of your Mercury retrograde stuff prior to the 18th if you can. Otherwise, you're going to be in it pretty much for several weeks all the way through April. Pre-Mercury retrograde stuff is like, you know, if you have to move, sign a lease, if you have to do any of these things, do it before the 18th. Otherwise, know that you're going to have to be more cautious throughout the next month as that retrograde comes in. Now, what's interesting is that when Mercury goes into shadow, this is when it hits the degrees which it'll retrograde through. It's going to come into conjunction with the North Node, so it's destined, fateful conversations. And then it's going to hit Chiron, which is going to be about healing things. So I could definitely see there's some stuff that's getting kicked up about needing to heal something about, you know, your health, your habits, your routine, or things that maybe you've been afraid to kind of venture into financially or emotionally. Anyway, so I'll leave it at that. You will see a lot of that over the next month. And like I said, the Mercury retrograde will be April 2nd through the 25th, and it'll be from 15 to 27 degrees of Aries. So that's going to be a huge focus next month. Then on the 19th of the month, we see then the sun enters into Aries, okay? So when the sun is in Aries, it's exalted. And this basically means that you're really focusing on productivity, meeting your goals, deadlines, getting a lot of work done, busy work relating to, you know, your to-do list or stuff in the office space, or feeling responsible for, you know, like helping or, you know, giving back to other people, taking care of other people. And this can be your own needs, but this can also be like people you work with or pets as well. And that's going to be sun going through there for a couple weeks. And then on the 21st, we're going to see Venus conjunct Saturn in Pisces. Okay, so Venus rules relationships. Saturn represents communication or siblings, and it's in the 5th house. So it might mean that you have a serious heart-to-heart conversation with somebody about dating, love, romance, or children. It might mean that you have a heart-to-heart conversation with a sibling about, you know, your relationship and how to be able to mend a relationship issue. It might be a time, because Venus, Saturn can sometimes be about commitment, where you're having a conversation about, you know, commitment and devotion to one another and how you're really feeling. Being that Venus rules your 7th house and it's going to hit Saturn, I feel like it's going to bring something that's therapeutic. I don't think it's going to be a bad thing. People kind of get weird about Venus conjunct Saturn, but Venus is in its exaltation. It loves being in the 5th house. And I do feel like this is about you really committing and making the time or having the conversations about the things that you love. And like I said, these eclipses mirror that as well. I'll talk about that in a second. Then on the 22nd of the month, we're going to see Mars enter Pisces. So Mars, Venus, Saturn, Neptune, all in your 5th house. Thankfully, it's in a fellow sister water sign, so it's trining your ascendant, so it's helping you embrace change. But nevertheless, like Mars being in the 5th house can be about passion, taking action, feeling more sexual. Venus can be about relationships. You know, I really feel like this is going to be about just saying to some people who you're dating, being like, I'm looking for something serious, like I'm, you know, looking for a long-term partner, or I'm thinking about settling down and needing to have those conversations. And while it's uncomfortable, the sextiles to Jupiter and Uranus means that it's kind of necessary before we move in together, get engaged, get married, like all these things, before the relationship really evolves. So don't shy away from that. And Mars rules your chart. So Mars going into the 5th house probably means that you're feeling a little bit more sensual, romantic, and interested in creating with another person. On the 25th of the month, we're going to see a lunar eclipse in Libra. This will be in your 12th house, which is hidden and subconscious, which means it's a south node eclipse. It's a full moon on steroids. You're going to have the moon in the 12th, and then you're going to have the sun in Aries in the 6th. This is the healing and health axis. This is the health habits and daily routines. And then the 12th house is what is subconscious and what impacts you when you're sleeping and when you're dreaming and in meditation. Things get a little weird when you have a lunar eclipse in the 12th house because it can mean that there are things that kind of come out suddenly and it's coming out in your subconscious and it can feel kind of overwhelming. It also means that it can be about having dreams about things, but I really feel like for you guys, it's a lot of clearing past life relationship karma because Libra is the south node, it's ruled by Venus, and Venus is conjunct Saturn. So it means that you're like, no, I'm clearing it out. I've learned from past lessons in relationships or past cycles in current relationships, not repeating the same, you know, patterns again. And also it's going to feature the ruler, which is Venus conjunct Saturn. And Venus rules relationships for you. So it does mean that there is almost like this leveling up that's going on, and there may be some kind of interactions with people that take you by surprise. Now, on the flip side, if you're a single Scorpio rising, it can mean that somebody shows up out of the blue, and it can be a really strong kind of like spiritual connection. It can feel kind of soulmatey, and you're like, oh man, there's no stopping this train. Where did this person come from? And then all of a sudden you kind of realize like you're falling in love with someone or something, right? And the 5th house does also rule, like I said, self-employment, creativity, self-expression. But there's something here that makes me feel like it's supposed to be like an understanding you have with another person before you get going on what it is that you create. And likely you'll be talking about that or having a discussion about that. Don't forget that you have a new moon in Pisces. This will be on the 10th. So that new moon will be at 20 degrees. So, you know, that's about planting new seeds, about romance, creativity, self-expression, or what your vision for yourself is and how to better express yourself. I actually kind of love that, you know, it's before Saturn or Venus or Mars hits this. So you can kind of set these intentions before those planets cross over those degrees, and you'll see this new moon unfold over time, right? Eventually, actually, this new moon will become an eclipse, and we'll see this in the fall. So in September, there's going to be a series of eclipses that are going to start the North Node in Pisces eclipses off. So the eclipses in the fall will actually be a lunar eclipse in Pisces, solar eclipse in Libra. So you're going to see whatever seed you're planting here is going to come full circle, you know, about 6 months from now. Anyway, hopefully that's helpful for you, Scorpio. Let's take a look and see what your card is for the month ahead. I love this, the Magician. I feel like this is very like the Neptune energy. I feel like this is the sextile from Jupiter. You know, I keep telling everybody all this Pisces energy is like, okay, we can literally dream and visualize things into like existence. So be careful with this, because what you're dreaming about, what you're manifesting, it could literally happen. And then you're gonna be like, this came faster than I thought. You know, you guys have a tendency to be like a little like suspicious a little bit, like a little untrustworthy of being like, why does that person like me? What do they want? Like, where is this coming from? Like, what's their agenda? You know? And I think the Magician is about as above, so below. So what you're imagining, what you're dreaming, what you're envisioning, what you want, and bringing all of your tools to the table and kind of setting the stage to make this happen. And then suddenly, boom, it's like it's appearing. So you have really strong manifestational energies this month. I think it also means that you're finally starting to feel like you're in the driver's seat of what it is that you're creating, which is really fun. And you can meet people who can come in that can kind of like help make your dreams a reality that can kind of help harness that energy and bring it down from the ethers for you. You're the creator of your own reality. So really it's all up to you to decide what you're going to create. Anyway, I hope that's helpful, Scorpio. I will catch you back here next month. We've got Sagittarius and Sagittarius rising. Welcome to March of 2024. I hope you're doing well, Sag. We're going to take a look at what's going on with your chart ruler this month. Nothing too crazy, although you're going to notice a pretty significant stellium that's now shifted from Aquarius, which has been kind of highlighting your communication, car, sibling, learning, travel zone, into Pisces. Okay, so there's a ton of planets in Pisces, which is your home, your family, your lineage, where you come from, your past, your roots. And all of these planets are starting to kind of make sextiles to Jupiter in your 6th house. So there is something about, kind of getting to the bottom of some mood stuff, some family stuff, some history stuff, some home stuff, to where you can feel like you're feeling better. You're better organized. You're in a better mood. You feel more productive. So it's nothing in conjunction, nothing crazy is happening like that. But the transits there, and also the Pisces new moon is going to be also sextiling Jupiter. In the background, there is going to be, Jupiter and Uranus are getting closer and closer, my friend. They're going to be meeting around the 3rd week of April. So you're already kind of starting to get in range this month of Jupiter's conjunction to Uranus, and Uranus rules your 3rd house, which can talk about, making huge changes to your schedule, making huge changes to your health, your well-being, your mental health. It can also be about having breakthroughs in health issues, and also like working more independently and kind of embracing a little bit more of an inconsistent or sporadic schedule. But this can be miraculous healing and growth that can happen here as well when it comes to the people that you work with, the place that you work with. So more and more people can be kind of moving into your office space, or some sudden expansion can be coming on the work front. And this can be a good thing, but it can almost feel like too much of a good thing. So besides that, nothing too crazy is happening for you this month. All right, so we're going to begin first with on March the 3rd, we are going to see Venus in Aquarius. So Venus and Mars will start off in your 3rd house this month. And so it's bringing, a lot of action revolving around siblings, learning, traveling, cars. It can feel like there's more focus on communication and also maybe social media. Venus, which rules traditionally your daily routine and also your friends or your goals, is squaring Uranus, okay? So this tells me that maybe you make a post, maybe you're telling people, hey, I'm moving, or hey, I'm expanding my business, or, I'm thinking about looking for a new office space, or I'm looking for an assistant. It's more about kind of putting the word out that, you have a goal and you're seeing if there's anybody who can help you kind of facilitate that goal. So I don't think it's going to be as challenging for you as other people. Although, you can have a little bit of friction maybe with like female relatives or neighbors. There can also be some frustration revolving around needing to fix or tend to or maintain a vehicle. On the 8th of the month, we're going to see Mercury conjunct Neptune in the sign of Pisces. So Mercury will be in Pisces at the beginning of the month, where it leads by intuition, emotions, and feelings, not by anything that's more kind of like intellectually driven, because it's in a water sign. So Mercury in the 4th house is intuitively moving things around in your room or in your home or in your kitchen. It is, calling home, calling family, talking to relatives, having a sibling in the home, maybe having a partner in the home, maybe. Your 7th house and your 10th house of relationships and also work are ruled by Mercury. So it can mean that literally you have a sibling coming to stay with you, or an uncle, or maybe you have a partner who's coming to stay with you. And this conjunction to Neptune can kind of indicate that you're kind of asking questions to your family about, where is this relative? Or like, what is the problem? Why aren't they talking? Why haven't we spoken? Do they want to talk to me? Or there can be conversations with a partner about like long-term goals in regards to your career and your home and your living situation. Mercury, Neptune conjunctions in general, they're not very clear. There's a lot of mistruths, misunderstanding, missing information, telephone. So watch for like hearsay and like kind of like gossip or kind of like tall tales within the home or the family. Go to the source, ask questions directly, and make sure that you're getting your facts straight. And watch for avoiding conversations about the future, I think, of relationship or career development with your family, because there can be a sense of like wanting to avoid that. On the 9th of the month, we're going to see Mars in Aquarius, which will be in your 9th house, bringing action to your everyday routine, your neighborhood, how you get around, communication. Mars will square Uranus. This to me seems like an out of the blue, like sudden kind of, breakdown, meltdown, internet interruption, car problem, overheating, meltdown conversation that you could be having with somebody as well. Like, take your time. 6th house is accidents and the 3rd house is driving. This is a time where, like, if you know that your car is having issues, you really want to be keeping an eye on it and maybe having it looked at prior to this date, certainly before the 18th when we have the retrograde shadow. But I would definitely say here, it's like, this is not a time to be texting and driving, nor should you ever, but really with this square, you want to be mindful when you're in the car, paying attention, don't be on your phone, and really be paying attention of any like electrical issues with computers or gadgets, because there can be like an accident or like a meltdown here. I don't like saying that, obviously touch wood. Okay. Very same day, we see the sun in Pisces, sextile Uranus and Taurus. So the sun is in your 4th house, sextiling Uranus. So you're like, hey mom, my car broke down. I need to get to work. Can you give me a ride? That's kind of how this works with the 4th house sun sextile Uranus. It's like, I need to still get somewhere. Can you help me? Or helping a family member kind of move something around. Maybe you get a sudden phone call and, you've got your brother saying, hey, I got to move this piece of furniture. Can you come over like right now? And you're like, okay. So something like that can kind of happen where you have to think on your feet. The sextile is a good angle, by the way. So it is saying you have to make a sacrifice to kind of help that other person. It may interfere with your work schedule. And then I see we're going to have also Mercury entering into Aries. So Mercury enters into your 5th house of creativity, self-expression, and creativity. So the good news is that Mercury is in a fire sign, so it's a sister sign to you, so it can trine your sun, moon, or rising. Mercury is messages, phone calls, communication, writing, and learning, and sharing, and traveling, and business. And Mercury rules your 7th house of relationships, and it also for you rules your 10th house of career and reputation. So when Mercury goes into the 5th house, it's like what you're saying to other people is, this is what I love about you, or this is what I'm looking for, or this is how I see my future going, right? So you can be talking to partners or clients about that. You can be sharing your own personal habits or talents with people at work. And I want you to get super familiar with this part of your chart, because the truth is like the next month is going to be high adventure in the Aries part of your life, because there will be a Mercury retrograde there early April. There will be a solar eclipse there in early April. There will be conjunctions to Mercury and to the North Node. So like, this is a place that everybody needs to be aware of. Thankfully, it's your 5th house, which in my mind is one of the better houses in astrology. 5th house is taking chances, having fun, being expressive, falling in love, gambling, having children, dating, self-expression, art, all that fun stuff. So it's a fun area to have Mercury retrograde for quite a while. But that won't be until next month, so don't worry. Just get familiar with this, I guess, is what I'm getting at. Now, on the 11th of the month, we're going to see Venus enter into the sign of Pisces. So Venus is exalted in the sign, which means it does very well. And Venus also likes being in the 4th house, where she brings in art and music and poetry and women who come, bearing gifts and flowers and all kinds of things. So Venus rules groups and other people or friends, and it also rules help and, healing. So you may have friends that are coming in and willing to kind of help you with a home situation. They may say, hey, we'll come in and help you paint the walls, or, stick tile, or hang, pictures, or maybe have like a wine and paint night, or like whatever. Like, you can have fun working on your home with your friends or your family, I guess is what I'm kind of talking about. On the flip side, okay, Venus is getting really close to Saturn. And, you know, the fourth house has another side to it. It's known as ends of situations. It's known as burials. It's known as sometimes where certain family, especially older family members, rest. So if you, for whatever reason, whether it's the eclipses or some other transits that are coming, if you experience a loss in the family, if you experience a major family transition, if you're going through a tough time, I could see this as people coming over being like, how can I help you? You know, can we bring you food? Can we bring you flowers? You know, can we come and help you with something? What do you need? So that's another way it can materialize. And I think you guys will see this as Venus gets closer and closer to Saturn and Neptune. We'll see. It can also be about spending time with older women and relatives in your life. So mothers, sisters, aunts, grandmothers, that can be the theme as well. Then we're going to see on the 17th, the sun will conjunct Neptune. Well, sun represents extended family, people further away. This can also represent in-laws. It can also be about, you know, faraway travel. And the sun will come into conjunction with Neptune, who's the traditional ruler of Pisces. On one hand, this is a day where Sun Neptune, we feel inspired. We feel closer to spirit. We feel like we would just want to float in a pool, have a drink, and meditate. On the other hand, the Sun Neptune can represent something that's kind of fishy. It's not clear, something that's distorted. We're not getting the full picture. So it can represent basically that we're getting wind that something is coming to an end or a completion within our home and our family. And so it can be a time that I would say be very careful, like buying homes, moving into homes, signing leases, things like that. Like you don't want to do it under these transits because not everything is usually what it appears with that conjunction. Think back to when Mercury conjunct Neptune around the 8th. It's very similar energy. On the 18th, okay, this is when Mercury enters shadow. So you have from the 1st all the way up till the 18th to do your Mercury retrograde stuff. What is Mercury? Well, in the 5th house, if you're going to change direction with your investments, if you're going to launch your own business, if you're going to be making some kind of change in your relationship to a romantic partner or a child, if you're going to be making some changes to a hobby or how you have fun or your own personal business, you either A, get the show on the road before the 18th, or B, you let it ride and you see what happens in April with the eclipses in the retrograde and you use that as an opportunity to heal and integrate and then do something new. Well, what can I say? I mean, a Mercury retrograde in the 5th house, if you're single, you know, you may find love. Somebody may, because retrogrades are karmic. It can bring in soulmates. It can bring people you were meant to meet, but it can also bring people in from the past. So because Mercury rules relationships, it can bring back people who you've been in relationships with in the past. That is possible. On the other hand, it can bring, you know, opportunity to kind of communicate with people who you're casually dating and talk about, okay, well, where is this going? What is the next step? What are we doing? 5th house is also children, okay? So it can mean that you're having conversations with a partner about being like, do we want to have kids? Is that something that's for us? Or if you already have children, you know, what's going on with the kids? What's the plan? You know, how can we better parent them? Or if you have grown children, it can be that there's big changes going on with your grown children that they could be, you know, having a change in direction with a relationship or also with their own family. So it really depends on your situation. I will say this, with an extended period of Mercury in the 5th house and trines to your ascendant, really the key is you're learning that you can expand, you can grow, you can learn, but you're having to kind of get in touch with that creative, playful, childlike energy. So whether you're learning to heal issues with the inner child, you're learning to heal issues about feeling guilty, about having fun and playing, you're learning to open up to the idea of having children or to dating, these are things that you're going to have an extended period of time to kind of work on. Now, when Mercury goes into shadow on the 18th, it'll be conjunct the North Node, which means you're having really important conversations with partners about children, love, romance, connection, or you're getting ready to meet somebody or you've already met them or somebody comes back, one of those things. And Mercury conjunct the North Node is about, I think in your chart, like partners of destiny or conversations that's about your future. It's like really important. And Mercury will, you know, obviously then conjunct Chiron. So it's going to heal the way we think about these topics and then it'll go retrograde. So just know that the retrograde's from April 2nd through the 25th and you'll see it from 15 to 27 degrees. And I think this is a wonderful place to have a Mercury transit. It's about basically a whole, several weeks of being like, what do I love? And how do I have fun? And what are my hobbies? And what do I want to do? And how do I want to express myself? And even though this isn't your first house, Aries is the first sign of the zodiac. And so since we're coming into, the new year, this is going to materialize as you kind of looking at things being like, okay, my new beginnings start with my happiness. What's going to make me happy? How am I going to have fun? And how does it include a partner, Mercury? How does it include creative projects in your career, 10th house? Or parenting, or commitment, or marriage. So you're working out a lot of this stuff, and it's a good place to have it. On the 19th, the sun enters Aries, so it's highlighting doing this, having fun, taking chances, exciting new opportunities for hobbies. And then you're going to see on the 21st, Venus conjunct Saturn. So Venus is connected to the South Node and also the 11th house, so it can be friends from the past, relationships from the past. And Venus is also connected to health habits and healing, and Venus is going to conjunct Saturn. So it can mean that you get some support with your home situation, how it looks, its aesthetics, that is Venus. Or from a financial situation, you get some kind of support from a female relative. They give you money, they invest some time, they help you, fix up a house, they help you apply for a loan. Maybe they come in and they, help build something in your home. So that can be the case. And then, Venus conjunct Saturn is also very much tied to long-term goals and commitments. Like I could see this as like putting in or installing some permanent pieces into a home that, is like art related or it's aesthetic related. But this is also part of the lunar eclipse. So I'll get to that in just a second. So on the 22nd of the month, you're going to see Mars enter into Pisces. So you got a loaded fourth house, okay? And with Mars, Venus, Saturn, Neptune all being there, it basically means that on one hand, you feel like it's a completion and an ending of one thing. And on the other hand, it's the beginning of something new. Okay, so the fourth house is kind of like something, kind of coming to completion, or maybe even, getting ready to become visible. So for some Sag risings, a lot of this can be about preparing the home for having children. It can be, getting into a space emotionally before you're ready to do that. It can mean that there's one already on the way. And so like family and everybody's coming to kind of help. So there can be like a lot of people around. But I think Mars being in the fourth house is a little tricky. Mars moving into this house can indicate that there can be some passive aggressiveness, some agitation, some short tempers. If you don't have something to do on the house or something to work on, then there can be like too many cooks in the kitchen, like literally with some of these placements. Mars represents kids, but it also has to do with things that kind of bring some agitation. So if you're like, I'm not having kids, I'm not partnered, it could be childhood issues, being around family, stuff's getting kicked up, you're feeling frustrated, you're getting agitated, and then you realize there's some stuff that you haven't healed. But certainly families seem to be a huge piece of the puzzle this month, and something relating to your past lineage and your history. Have a list of things to do with that Mars transit. That's my advice. And then finally, on the 25th of the month, we're going to see a lunar eclipse in Libra. And that lunar eclipse is going to be a full moon, okay, in your 11th house of friends, goals, and networks. So it's completing something. It's opposing an exalted sun in the 5th house. This is completing something about something that got wrapped up in terms of friendships, goals, or other people in October of 2023. Even though this is happening in the area of parties, friends, gatherings, so these things might happen with other people, the ruler is going to be Venus, and Venus will be conjunct Saturn in the 4th. So it could be you get invited to a friend's house party, their housewarming party, maybe you just moved, you decided to invite people over and have dinner or drinks. It can mean that there's a family gathering, a reunion, some people are coming together for some reason. And you've got a ton of planets in your 5th house, which is about your creativity, your joy, and your happiness. So it might mean that you're sharing something about what you've been able to kind of complete on the home front with other people, and and celebrate that kind of accomplishment. Don't forget that you're also going to have a new moon in Pisces. This will be on the 20th. This will be on the 10th at 20 degrees. I can't do Mercury in Pisces. I'm sorry. Every time it's in this sign, I have the same issues. So this will be on the 10th at 20 degrees in your 4th house. This would be the new moon that if you're like, oh, I want to, renovate part of the house, or I want to move into a new apartment, or I want to redecorate, or I want to find my forever home, or I want to sell my extra home, or I want to spend more time with my mom or my family. This would be the new moon that you kind of set those intentions with. And keep in mind, because it's both sextile Jupiter and conjunct Neptune, this is saying you have to be willing to make sacrifices in order to have more of that time. That means updating your schedule, making innovations with how you work, being more independent, so that way you can really focus on being able to do that if that's what your goal is. The card that I get is the King of Coins. I love it. This is very like boss energy, which is kind of cool. And there's not even a lot of like career work stuff going on. All the planets are kind of beneath the horizon. To me, this seems like you're handling things in a much more mature way, leveling up, focusing on your money and your resources. Definitely with Venus conjunct Saturn, I could see this as a time where you're like, look at what I've been able to create, look at what my wealth has been able to do for me, or how my hard work is paying off. This can be also about earth signs coming into your life. So Capricorns, Tauruses, and Virgos, these people being really important in the process of making big changes in regards to your home or your life or your business. This can also represent like really supporting male figures like bosses, brothers, partners, people who come in that are like, yes, I want to help you build this, or I want to help you grow this. Or just having much more of like a mature, financially set, kind of grown up mindset about how you're approaching some of these heavier energies, because the 4th house can be very, very emotional and very sensitive. And so maybe there's like a new added layer of responsibility or maturity maybe that's coming with these transits for you. Okay. Looks like you're going to handle it like a boss. So let me know how it goes, Sag. Good luck. All right. So we've got Capricorn and Capricorn rising. What's going on, Capricorn? How you doing? We got some stuff going on with your chart ruler this month for sure. Pretty much positive things though, I have to say. We're going to see a Venus-Saturn conjunction. That's going to be really important, bringing your attention to some kind of like contract, commitment, maybe some business contract, maybe moving, maybe something in regards to relationship with a sibling or a relative or a vehicle. And then we are also going to see at the end of the month, there is going to be an eclipse that will happen, which will be in your work zone in Libra, but it's going to feature the ruler conjunct you. So I think it might mean that you have a conversation or a phone call about maybe a boss stepping down or some kind of change at work, or maybe they're letting staff go, or maybe you're going to be issued some kind of like work contract. So we'll talk about it, but those are the two things that really kind of pique my interest most when it comes to your transits this month. Okay. All right. So we're going to start first with the beginning of the month, where we have Venus in Aquarius square Uranus in Taurus. So when we start the beginning of March, Pluto, Mars, and Venus are all in the 2nd house. So there's still a lot of money stuff going on. There's still a focus on growing your resources, building on your self-esteem, really focusing on your spending power. And you're going to see Venus, which rules relationships to people professionally and also creativity and self-expression. Venus is going to square off with Uranus. So what does it mean? Well, first of all, they're in mutual reception. So we've got Venus in a Uranian sign, Uranus in a Venusian sign. They're saying the same thing. So they're already kind of saying, yeah, we need to kind of level up. We need freedom in these areas of our life. So the square makes sense. When Venus squares Uranus, it kind of like pushes the boundaries a little bit. And it kind of pushes things along so we can evolve and progress and have more freedom. So we can have more self-expression. So we're not feeling so limited. Venus in the 2nd house means that you may make an investment, you might, purchase something that may in turn bring you quite a return, or be very valuable, or be something that brings you a lot of joy, or has like a really significant impact on your creative process. So I like that for you. I feel like it could be big risk, big reward, quite honestly. It also means it's about how you're feeling invested in regards to your self-esteem. And if your self-esteem feels good enough, and if you're feeling confident when it comes to creating, dating, and expressing yourself to other people. Now, on the 8th of the month, we will see Mercury come into conjunction with Neptune. So this will be on the 8th in the third house. So on March the 8th, we'll see that conjunction take place, and Mercury rules health, habits, and routines, and travel. So Mercury conjunct Neptune, this can be a day where there can be, well, first of all, watch your electronics around water. There can be some accidents with getting stuff wet. So like phones, computers, tablets, that kind of stuff. I would also say be really cautious because there can be some like weird or strange, mysterious things going on with a vehicle where it's like acting funny or it's making sounds and you're like, what's going on? Same thing with computers and also like gadgets. It can happen there as well. Mercury is known for being very analytical, being very detail oriented. And, you know, Neptune is not. Neptune is kind of like, he reminds me of, I don't know, like the Cheshire Cat from like, you know, Alice in Wonderland, where he's just like appearing and disappearing. So when you're trying to have a conversation or you're trying to figure out what's going on, it like seems very kind of convoluted and like messy. Anyway, in the third house of communication, that can be really annoying because you can feel like, okay, I'm trying to get somebody to call me back or I'm trying to get the car to turn over and you just can't figure out why it's not connecting. Not a day to sign contracts, not a day to be on your phone while you're driving. Be mindful of misunderstandings and miscommunications. Be mindful also of accidents and visibility issues. Missing phone calls, appointments, or other things that can be schedule disruptions are likely. And I wouldn't sign any contracts or buy any vehicles or sign a lease under this transit. Now, then on the 9th, we're going to see Mars in Aquarius square Uranus in Taurus. So remember how on the 3rd Venus squared Uranus? Okay, well now we're going to have on the 9th, Mars in your second house of spending money is going to square Uranus. And I kind of feel like you might push your luck a little bit. You're like, okay, I did okay a week ago. Let me try it again. Let me put more money in the slot machine. Let me buy another lottery ticket. And then it's like bust. You know, so this is like not the day to take the risk or take the chance when it comes to investments, when it comes to dating, or trying to kind of push too hard on a romantic situation or on a child or a younger person. Because Mars square Uranus makes me feel like things blow up or things implode. So you might be kind of pushing yourself too hard. And Uranus rules money. So it does make me feel like you could lose or kind of, you know, like not recoup your losses. You kind of like burn through what you ended up like gaining, or any forward motion you had in a financial situation or relationship. Suddenly then there's a step back. Now the same day though, the sun in Pisces in your third house is sextiling Uranus. So maybe you feel like, you know, you can talk your way through it. You know, it's like, let's talk it out. Let's find a solution. Like, let's kind of get through this. We don't have to move too quickly. So communication is really key. I think that can be helpful. And we'll also see Mercury shift into Aries. So it's going to be moving into cardinal fire sign in your 4th house, where it's more focused on communication, organization, home, living situation, and family. Get very familiar with this part of your chart. I failed to mention this to the other signs, so I'm having to tell you guys one by one. But in March, we will come into Mercury's shadow. And it's one hell of a shadow, especially for the cardinal signs, because next month it gets kicked up all over the place. So this shadow, I think, is really important to be mindful of so you can make some of the Mercury retrograde decisions before the retrograde so you're better prepared. I'll put a pin in that and come back to that in a second. Now, on the 11th, you're going to see Venus go into the sign of Pisces. So you've got Venus, which is about love, harmony, and relationships, especially professionally, and also creativity and self-expression. Move into the 4th house. So this is going to be about doing work from home, being creative at home, rearranging home maybe. Not a bad move. I mean, I do think that oh, hold on a second. That was Mercury. I take that back. Venus is moving into Pisces. Hello. So Venus is moving into your 3rd house. Okay. So career and also creativity moves into your 3rd. So sweet love letters, text messages, relationships with siblings. This can represent road trips, traveling for relationships, feeling inspired, writing, expressing yourself, finding luxury through vehicles, cars, or travel. That seems to be the focus with Venus in Pisces. She's exalted here, I should say. So that's a nice placement because it means that she finds that she can express her energy a little bit better. And then on the 17th, you're going to see Sun conjunct Neptune in Pisces. So the Sun and Neptune will conjunct in the 3rd. This is another day where you have to watch your words and make sure that you're hearing things clearly and make sure things aren't being distorted or taken out of context. The Sun rules the 8th house of other people's money. And obviously Neptune is the, modern day ruler of Pisces. So Sun conjunct Neptune makes me feel like you can get a letter in the mail saying you owe somebody something, or like a bank, like receipt for something, or maybe you get a text or a phone call and somebody's like, hey, you didn't pay me. And you're like, oh, whoops, sorry. Be careful. I wouldn't be buying cars or vehicles under these transits either. I would be really cautious because there can be some shady stuff that's going on where you can get really taken for like interest rates. Because, Neptune is hazy. We don't always see things so clearly, especially when people are talking to you about money. Be very careful. Like if you see a transaction or something on a bank account on an app, or if you get an email or a letter about something, it could literally be fraudulent. So you need to really make sure you check over all of that stuff. Okay. And then on the 18th, this is when Mercury goes into shadow. So shadow means Mercury enters into the degrees in which it will retrograde through. Even though the retrograde won't start until the 2nd of April, you will start feeling the effects of this shadow, I'm pretty sure. So Mercury in the 4th, which will eventually go retrograde next month. Moving, talking to family, buying houses, selling houses, rearranging houses, moving. It can also be about, like the people that you hire to help you move. Like I would say if you're going to be moving, maybe rent your U-Haul early, hire your movers early, make sure that you have the time in your schedule, take some time off of work, ask your siblings or other people for help with the move because that's Mercury. I would try to do that before the 18th. Know that Mercury will go retrograde April 2nd through the 25th. It will go retrograde from 27 degrees through 15 degrees of Aries. So it's going to square your Capricorn stuff and it's going to oppose Libra. And what is the North Node? Where we go, what we do. So a lot of Capricorn risings are like, I want my own home. I want my own bedroom. I want my own apartment. I need to move back home. I need to be with family. I need to be with my mom or my parent. I need to reconnect with family. So there's a lot of that stuff that's kind of brewing. And I really have a strong feeling that these things are going to be happening for you guys, especially with Saturn in the 3rd. 3rd can be about moving and 4th is home. So both of these things are getting activated. Get used to this area of your chart because you're going to see all of this stuff getting kicked up next month. So if you got to do your moving plans or if you need to be talking to family or making plans to travel back home, try to do it before the 18th. And like I said, Aries is the first sign of the zodiac. Even though it's in your 4th house, where all this energy is going into Aries here soon, retrogrades, eclipses, the sun, eventually Venus and Mars, it means that we initiate something new. It starts with us, Aries, which is setting the stage for all the other changes that are going to come for the year. So this is about you initiating more of a relationship with your own space. If you do this, it's setting the stage for everything else that's going to come this year. Trust me, it's going to hit all of us like a ton of bricks. It's going to be quite eventful. On the 19th, the sun enters into the 4th house, so it may literally be about changing home, going back home, focusing on home, or focusing on family. On the 21st, you're going to see Venus conjunct Saturn in Pisces. Now, this is important because you are Saturn, and Saturn's in the 3rd house of communication, learning, ideas, writing, siblings, vehicles, and Venus rules your career. So I'm wondering if you have to have a conversation with somebody at work being like, look, I have to go back home, or I've got something coming up with my family, or I'm moving, and needing to kind of open those lines of communication, even though it's difficult because I know you don't want to make sacrifices, but Venus conjunct Saturn is saying, maybe you do need to ask your boss if you can work from home for a couple days so you can maintain, your work, but simultaneously deal with what you're dealing with or travel or move. That might be important. And that kind of factors into the lunar eclipse as well. So we'll talk about that. And then on the 22nd of the month, we're going to see Mars leave Aquarius and go into Pisces. So you're going to have Mars, Venus, Saturn, all in your third house. So this is talking about moving or dealing with siblings or dealing with neighbors. Mars is about home. So there's a lot of communicating with siblings or communicating with family about what's changing on the home front. A little bit more assertive generally with Mars in the third house, but with Pisces, it's like knowing when to speak up and what to say. You may also find that you're more inclined to just get active, be going for bike rides, going for walks, listening to podcasts, maybe doing things that are about self-help and wellness, or maybe you're reading a book that's about encouraging you to be more independent. And then on the 25th, we see that lunar eclipse in Libra at 5 degrees of Libra. So think back to October of 2023, we had a solar eclipse in Libra there where we planted a seed in regards to what we were willing to change or give up in regards to our career or our status. Here's the full moon. So this can indicate that there is a completion with work, a change in your status, a change in a relationship, who you're working with, who you're partnering with, who you're working for. I can see some people retiring with this. I can see some people also changing jobs. I can see some people experiencing situations where bosses are stepping down. And the ruler is Venus. And what's interesting is Venus is conjunct Saturn. So that does mean that there is some big action or energy in regards to your career or your bosses, but it might mean that you get a review or, they're supportive of whatever changes you need to make on the home front, or you have like a heart-to-heart conversation with them about something, because Venus is bringing sweetness to Saturn. So it's saying somebody going like, I support that, or maybe somebody quits or they get fired and then you get an email saying like, hey, do you want to take their position? We'll give you a promotion. So it actually benefits you. The eclipse is pretty positive and kind of helping support and opening up the doors of communication. Don't forget that you're going to have on the 10th of the month a new moon in Pisces. So this will be at 20 degrees in the third house. This will sextile Jupiter, which is the traditional ruler, so helping you get creative and self-express and meet new people and have fun. And also conjunct Neptune, which is its modern day ruler, so it can be more spiritual, kind of intuitively guided, great for journaling, channeling, writing, meditating on what you want to let go of, what you're no longer feeling like you need to control. Great time to be learning something new, especially divination, tarot, astrology, clairvoyant stuff, psychic development. It's a good time to learn that. That's pretty much it for the month. I hope that was helpful in giving you guys some insight. Definitely, I'm liking the sextiles to your ascendant and also to the 5th house. So these energies kind of flow with your chart. I think really where it's going to get you is where you start feeling the changes coming on the home front. And this can also be somebody else's home, family's home as well. It doesn't have to be yours. I get the 2 of coins. You're like, do I do this? Do I not do this? Do I do this? Kind of weighing your options. Do I move? Do I not move? Do I do it now? Do I do it later? And it can be very much financially driven. So it's not necessarily so much about time. It's like, okay, well, do I want to spend the money and do this now, or do I want to do this at a later time? It can be feeling like you're juggling and your hands are full, that you're doing too much stuff at once, and that there is a need for you to like really look around and be like, okay, I have to make a decision. I'm doing too many things. So divide and conquer. Try to focus on one thing. Don't put the cart before the horse if you're feeling like, okay, I need to, move, but then also do this thing one step at a time. Don't overwhelm yourself by taking on too much at once. Good luck, my Capricorns. All right, so I've got Aquarius and Aquarius rising. What's going on? Happy March 2024. I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you're thriving. We're going to talk a little bit about a couple of squares that you're going to experience this month, and you're kind of also partially involved with the eclipse at the end of the month as well. All right, so we've got Uranus, which is your modern day ruler, which represents kind of the rebel with a cause, still kind of causing a ruckus in your 4th house where there is lots of change and innovations and shifts going on with your home or with your family. Jupiter and Uranus are getting closer and closer. So I said this to Sag as well. Between now and mid-April, you're going to be feeling this restlessness of wanting to expand out of your home or relocate or make some dramatic changes within your physical home space. So know that that is growing. But this month, we're going to see Venus as well as Mars come into a square with Uranus. This will happen the first half of the month. What does this mean? Well, there's planets in your sign, so you're initiating it. You're pushing and kind of bringing these necessary changes, these shifts in regards to where you're living, how you're living, your relationship with family, kind of the systems in your home. You're like pushing for some kind of innovation. So you're kind of the person who's marching forward saying, hey, we got to get the show on the road. Change is coming. Whether this is because you want to be more proactive with planting a garden, or maybe you want to live in a communal space with other people. Maybe you want to live in a rural area. Maybe you want to relocate to another country. You're the person who's kind of driving that train with all these planets in your first house. So this impatience and this feeling that something new needs to arrive comes in very strong. All right, so on the 3rd of March, we will see Venus in your sign, where it's been bringing love, beauty, and harmony to you, squares with Uranus. Well, Venus is in an Aquarian sign, so it's Uranian. And we've got Uranus in a Venusian sign, so we call this a mutual reception. Outside of the aspect that they're making this square, they're both saying the same thing. Yes, we need freedom. We need to expand. We need to innovate. We need something different. And so squares bring pressure, but Venus square Uranus means that maybe just something that you want or that you're trying to achieve for yourself doesn't resonate with the other members of your family. Your need for beauty, independence, harmony, friends, or relationships is kind of disrupting or unsettling some of the household in some way. Look for doing things that are unconventional. Look for also, trying not to rock the boat. What might be your style might not be other people's style. So don't do anything permanent to the home. Then we're going to see on the 8th of the month, Mercury will conjunct Neptune. So Mercury will have moved into your money house. It is in Pisces, which is an intuitive, sensitive, emotional sign. It's going to conjunct Neptune, which is the modern day ruler. Now, Mercury rules the money other people owe you, and also kids, lovers, creativity, investments. Boy, oh boy, watch around the 8th, okay? Give or take a day on each side, always with these transit videos. But this is a time where you can get scammed financially. Somebody says, hey, I need money for something. And you're like, what is it for? And they're like, it's, your kid says, oh, I, have to pay my textbooks. And then you give it to them, and then you find out they're buying beer. Could be literal, right? Because Mercury could be text, and then Pisces could be alcohol. I don't know. But something like this is going to come up where somebody's going to try to coerce you or try to get you invest in something or ask to borrow money, or somebody's going to say you owe them something, and you're going to be like, show me the paper. Show me the proof. So you're not getting scammed. Do not fall for email scams, online scams. Watch for banking and fraudulent charges. That can happen. On the 9th, you're going to see Mars in your sign, which is quite impatient, is going to come into a square with Uranus. So this is the day that you don't want to force people to change. You don't want to kick your kids out of the house. You don't want to make the sudden decision to be like, that's it, I'm packing my bags and I'm leaving. Or pick a fight with your spouse or with your roommate. Because tensions run high, and Mars is going to be in your first house, which is strong, and Mars is about feeling like you're superior or you're the boss. And so this is about you kind of coming down on somebody at home and being like, this isn't working anymore. And like, you're just going to, you're going to probably be seeing red. So take a breath. In the background, the sun in your second house of money, it sextiles Uranus. So it's like whatever's going on isn't the end of the world, but it's the principle of whatever happens that really upsets you. Even if you feel like you've got the funds to kind of cover it, or it's not the end of the world, it's something that's very agitating, and you're like, okay, I'm fine, I have what I need, but still it's annoying nevertheless. And then also on the same day, Mercury will drop into the sign of Aries in your 3rd house, where it performs very well, actually. Mercury likes being here. It's busy, it's chatty, it's communicative, it's sending texts and emails, it's scheduling meetings, it's going for drives and short distance trips. On the 11th of the month, Venus will be entering Pisces. So this will be on the 11th. So now Venus is in your money house, Venus, Saturn, Neptune, and the sun. So this is a really strong Pisces stellium, which is all about money, personal possessions, resources, spending power. And even though Venus is luxury, Saturn is there with Neptune. So there's a lot of being frugal this month, being like, just because I have it doesn't mean I'm going to spend it, and being a little bit more conservative with what you got and sticking to a budget. Venus does well in Pisces, by the way. It's exalted here. So it means that, you know, if you're working hard, you will treat yourself to the things that you feel like you need. And then on the 17th, we'll see the sun come into conjunction with Neptune. So the sun rules relationships, partners, and other people. In the second house is what we possess. It might be a time where you have to like let other people do what they need to do. It might be a time where you're like, I really value you, but if you need space from me, I understand. I really care about you, but if you are going through something, I'll give you your space. Keep in mind, Pluto's on your ascendant. So it has this, you know, kind of push and pull energy with your 7th house where it can have big impacts on relationships. And you may feel like some relationships or some friends or some partners or family members, they need space. You know, it's okay. Give them space in the midst of some of these squares. Also a day that I would watch for scams and some unusual activity with money, because Neptune is always very secretive and very hidden, and we don't always see what's going to happen here. And the sun can represent where somebody is, you know, taking something from you or something disappears. So things can get stolen, wallets can go missing, things like that. So be careful here. Then on the 18th, Mercury enters shadow. So I failed to mention this for everybody else, but I'm having to tell you guys each one by one. Mercury will go retrograde next month. And so I'm really trying to save that for my April video. But while I was looking at the Mercury transits, I was like, this is a hot mess. So next month, eclipses, Chiron conjunction, Mercury retrograde, all at the same time. So I wanted to tell everybody about the shadow this month and be like, look, trust me on this. Just take my advice. Do your Mercury retrograde stuff early. Do it before the shadow hits on the 18th. Shadow means this is when the planet's going to enter into the degrees which it will retrograde. So even though the retrograde doesn't start till April 2nd, it'll go through the 25th of April. You'll start feeling the effects of it now. So what happens when Mercury goes retrograde in the 3rd? Well, for you, it rules other people's money, banks, loans, and taxes, and also the 5th house of creativity, self-expression, and children. It can also be investments. So it might mean that you literally plunge ahead and you start doing your taxes, and then suddenly during the retrograde, you get a letter in the mail, and you're like, oh my God, these are, you know, things that I forgot to include, or, you know, these are things that I didn't get from my bank until now, or from my trading account until now, or, you know, if you do taxes for your family or for your kids, oh, they didn't get it to me until it was too late, and there's documents missing. Now what do I do? This can also mean that there may be a change going on with a child's insurance. There can be changes going on with your car insurance. There can be a car that needs to be worked on, and you need to look at the warranty if you have one. It can be where you have issues with gadgets. So you'd be one of the people that I would say back up all your stuff now, do it before the 18th, and don't buy any gadgets or anything during the retrograde, right? Now get familiar with this area of the chart, because like I said, early next month, we'll have this retrograde in an eclipse, and it'll keep reactivating over time. But also, Aries is the first sign of the zodiac, so it represents what we are initiating that sets everything else in motion for the rest of the year. So even though it's not your first house, it represents what you're initiating that's going to kind of kick this new year off. So for example, Aries is me. But the 3rd house is how I think, how I speak, how I drive, how I learn, what I read, what I have to say, what I'm learning, my relationship with siblings, my relationship with my car, with my community. And Mercury is going to represent, you know, finding ways to better express yourself, better communicate, kind of better get through to people. And also this can be a month where documents go missing. So just being mindful that, you know, do the stuff early, and knowing that this is where all of the kickoff is going to be. I'd really love for you guys to be getting into the habit of writing down your intentions, writing down your mantras, maybe going for walks, doing some journaling, and taking some kind of action that involves movement in the mind and communication to kind of kick off the new year the right way. And then we're going to see on the 19th, the sun goes into this part of the chart. So there is going to be much more focus on the topics that I mentioned, but also short distance trips, traveling, learning, communication with siblings, and also partners. And then on the 21st, we're going to see Venus conjunct Saturn. Now, this is nice for both you and Capricorn. So Saturn is your traditional ruler. Saturn obviously is in the second house of money, where you've been feeling a little tight financially, or maybe you've been making sacrifices, or you haven't been spending as much, or you've been trying to stick to a budget. Venus represents your home and your family, and it also has connections to your in-laws. It has connections to travel, education, law, and legality. So Venus coming in to meet Saturn basically means that you may have some kind of good news coming from a relationship far away. There could be good legal news, good news revolving around education or relationships at a distance or legal matters. And it also is good news involving like money and resources pertaining to home and family. Like maybe you're saying, well, I'm saving money because I want to move, or I want to buy a property, or I want to build a house, or, invest in something that's bigger. So that sense of holding tight and waiting to do something with your money is actually going to pay off. And some of you guys might be, considering like buying property somewhere else further away. I could see that. But great for business. It definitely makes me feel like you're going to be a little bit more cautious with spending or investing, but it can definitely be a time where you're having serious sit down kind of conversations with your family about long-term financial planning. And where you may receive some kind of a reward, okay? Then we're going to see on the 22nd of the month, we are going to experience Mars entering into Pisces, okay? So where the sun was shining a light on, growth with finances, Saturn and Neptune are about expansion and contraction. Venus has been bringing in beauty. When Mars goes into the second house, we spend money. So you might have gone from a situation where you were like, I was being so much more conservative and like I wasn't spending as much money, and then suddenly like something came in that I didn't see coming, and I got something, and now I'm going to spend it. So it can kind of burn a hole in your pocketbook with Mars in your second house, to be honest. So be careful with that. And Mars will be there for, several weeks time. So it might mean that, you're spending money on work, you're investing it into business, you're working hard for what you're making. It also means that you might make money through writing or through teaching or through training or transportation. And so, maybe you're focusing more on, through the Mercury retrograde coming up, revamping a website or social media, launching a blog or a YouTube channel or a podcast. And you're kind of saying, hey, I want to try to make money in that way, or I'm teaching, or I'm creating some kind of something online. So that may, create some incentive for you to do more of that. And then finally, on the 25th of the month, we're going to see a lunar eclipse in Pisces. So this is a full moon lunar eclipse in your natal 9th house. So it's in a fellow sister air sign. Trine's your sign. Good for you. It means it's friendly. This is a full moon that's completing something you've been working on really since more or less the September, October period of 2023. And this is completing something. So what is Libra? Relationships, partnerships. This is a south node full moon eclipse, which means it's closing something out, something that we're releasing. 9th house full moon can be legal matters. It can be publishing, graduating, meetings with teachers, planning trips or traveling. It can also mean your philosophy changing about life or relationships. And it's ruled by Venus, and Venus is going to be in the second house, conjunct Saturn. So there can be like a legal dispute that you may win and you like receive funds from it. There can be a divorce or like a separation that can come in, and then you're awarded something. It means that, you may have a partner who surprises you and says, hey, I'm planning for us to go on a trip. Good things should come of this eclipse for you. It should not be a bad thing, because it's bringing you more abundance, bringing you more luxury. And I think it's through travel, or it's through learning, or through some kind of certification. Maybe you're making the investment, you're treating yourself, but you're like, this is something that's going to, basically improve, something about like what I'm learning, or I'm getting a certification. So something like that can come up also. Anyway, watch for that eclipse. If you have your sun, moon, or rising around 4, 5, 6 degrees, it's going to trine. So it's going to be positive for you. And it's already kind of trining Pluto. So it is saying that it's helping kind of build into this new and improved version of you. It's helping kind of bring you more optimism and more personal power. So I see that being a really positive eclipse for you. You will also see a new moon in Pisces. This will be taking place on the 10th, and it'll be at 20 degrees. So it'll sextile Uranus and Jupiter. This is where you're planting new seeds for money, abundance, resources. And it's before Venus and Mars hit these degrees. So it's possible that the new moon is like planting something that then when Mars and Venus cross over these degrees, then like the money shows up, like the changes kind of show up for you very suddenly. So that's when you want to do your money manifestation magic. The card that I get is the Eight of Wands. This is about things moving quickly, moving and shaking, energy changing, forward motion, focusing on where you're going, being very action oriented and optimistic. The winds of change, that's kind of how I see that card. I really feel like this is the third house energies. This is the sun going into the third house where your mind is moving very quickly and you're moving and shaking and you're getting things done. You're writing, you're wheeling, you're dealing. This is also very much about Mercury going into your third house where we don't hesitate to say what we need to say. Really interesting energy, you know, because you've got all this Aries and all of this Aquarius and they're sextiling each other. You know, Pluto's going to be in Aquarius for a while. We're going to see eventually Saturn and Neptune are going to move into this house here in the next couple of years and sextile Pluto. I really feel like some Aquarius risings are going to be building a business through writing, podcasting, you know, creating content, teaching, or traveling. That's kind of coming through. So you might start to see the beginning process of that now, that's kind of building. And I feel like this is a month where you have to be on the up and up and kind of moving and shaking. And as long as you're doing that, you're going to be fine. It's just about, I think, kind of like keeping up with like the pace and the momentum of life, you know? But very good card for you, Aquarius. Good luck. And we've got Pisces and Pisces rising. What's going on, Pisces? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to March of 2024. And if it's your birthday this month, happy birthday. I hope it's a good one for you. Certainly there's a lot of Pisces energies in the skies. There's a lot of it. Many planets will be moving through Pisces this month. And we will also see a new moon that's in your sign. And then top that off with an eclipse that, even though it's not in your sign, is going to be conjunct Saturn and Pisces. All right, so, well, the ruler will be, I guess I should say. So there's a lot of stuff going on with you this month. We're going to start off first by talking about the third, where Venus in Aquarius. So when you start the beginning of the month off, Pluto, Mars, and Venus will all be in the 12th house, which is kind of like hidden or subconscious. It's kind of not being shown to you yet. Planets are rising, so you're going to start seeing what's becoming, you know, what's visible. Venus in the 12th house, hidden love, some challenges in relationships, or kind of feeling like you're on your own, will square Uranus in a superior position too. So Venus represents, I think, like the connection and the karma and other people. And it also represents communication with siblings, family, or relatives. And so karmic clearing with Venus in the 12th house square Uranus. Maybe you just finally decide to like let the idea of someone or something go. And you're like, I just have to let this go. I can't be talking about it anymore. I can't be thinking about it. I can't be writing about it. Like, I'm done talking about it. And there might be just like a total shift in your mindset in regards to the way that you're looking at love or relationships with another person. On the 8th of the month, Mercury will conjunct Neptune in Pisces. Okay, so you kind of saw a little bit of this the end of February, and it's bleeding into the beginning of March. Planets coming in conjunction with Saturn is what do I need? What's my boundary? And what am I holding on to? And then Neptune is more, what am I sacrificing? What am I letting go of? Well, Mercury represents other people, and it also represents family. So you might feel like partners are trying to reach out to you, families trying to reach out to you, people are trying to kind of glob onto you or talk to you or get your feedback on something. And Mercury conjunct Neptune is like, I just want to be left alone. You know, I don't know if I want to respond to them. I don't know how I feel. You're going to have to really lean into your emotions and your feelings this month. And you're going to have to see, where are you being avoidant, and also where you're not having good boundaries, and where it's time to kind of strengthen some of those boundaries and really show up and like learn how to communicate much more efficiently, right? For what you need, not for what other people need. Mercury conjunct Neptune can be a time also where you're like, you know, somebody's calling you, and you're like, I don't want to talk to them. And then finally they get a hold of you and they're like, where have you been? You're like, oh, I was sleeping. My phone was off. And you're like telling them this instead of being like, I don't want to talk to you right now. Because you can be avoiding conflict. So I would say, like, don't do that. That's really important that you're not doing that. Kind of really show up and be like, I'm not ready to talk yet. You don't have to open up the conversation, but be like, I need some space, if that's how you're feeling. Now, at the same time, Mercury coming into conjunction with Neptune can make you feel like you're trying to get through to a partner, you're trying to reach a therapist, you're, trying to talk to a coworker, or, reach out to somebody, and you're like, they aren't available, or we're speaking two different languages. That can happen as well. Mercury, Neptune can distort things. And so I would say, like, with this really comes a lot of mental stuff. You can feel very kind of at your wit's end with some things, where planets getting into the late degrees of Pisces is where people do have mental health issues. They can have addiction habits, problems. And I would say if you're feeling any of this stuff, it is temporary. But still, reach out to somebody who you know is reliable that you can talk to if you're feeling like you're not getting the support from the people necessary, especially if you're feeling like you're not speaking the same language. Might be a good time to talk to an intuitive, an empath, a healer, a psychologist, a therapist, a doctor, somebody who is going to be more understanding and can be more attentive to you. Because generally, Mercury and the Sun in the first house is like, I want this, I need this, but it's kind of getting banged up with Saturn and Neptune, where you can be a little kind of hazy. Watch for dishonesty with that transit. Try to be honest with people if you're really kind of feeling under the weather or you don't feel like talking. On the 9th of the month, Mars in Aquarius, which is still in your 12th house, is then going to come into a square with Uranus. Okay, so Mars represents teachers or foreigners or legal matters, and also money and resources. But Mars in the 12th house can just feel like you have this subconscious pressure or anger or frustration, and it can lead to just popping and then having something to say, because the 3rd house is where we speak, communicate, or drive. So we can have this subconscious pressure where we're like, and then we just kind of come out with it. And you can kind of get short-tempered with neighbors, with people while you're driving. There could be road rage with siblings, with just people who you're talking to on the phone. You can be a little snappy. The same day, you're also going to see the Sun in Pisces come into a sextile with Uranus. Okay, so it can also mean that you're like, I'm sorry, I'm going through a lot right now. I'm sorry, I apologize. It's about kind of diffusing the situation and kind of smoothing it over through clear communication without allowing that pressure of whatever has been bothering you for you to take it out on another person who's not deserving. Mercury will then go into Aries in your natal 2nd house, where it's going to spend quite a number of weeks there because of an incoming retrograde soon. Basically, 2nd house is money, possessions, personal resources, and spending habits. Mercury rules relationships and family. So this is going to be a time where you're like saying to yourself, do I want to invest any more time with this relationship? Do I want to keep this person? Do I want to let him go? Do I want to live in this house? Do I want to change houses? Am I spending more than I want when it comes to my living situation? What's best for me? And you're going to have to work through that. And you're going to have time. I'll give you a little bit of insight on that in just a second. On the 11th of the month, Venus enters in your sign. Yay! So take a selfie. Venus in your 1st house is definitely about beauty and how you're looking, and photography and glamour and angles and lighting. Great time for there to be, just more beauty, more love, more luxury in your life. And it can be a great time to update your wardrobe, especially because Venus is exalted here, or make changes to your hair or your appearance. Then you're going to see the Sun coming into conjunction with Neptune, and the Sun represents health, healings, and habits. And that conjunction to Neptune can really showcase where hard work, dedication, and also mental, emotional balance can really, let your light shine bright. People can really see how well you're taking care of yourself and how much you're focusing on your wellness. Or on the flip side, if you're not taking very good care of yourself, with Saturn being in the 1st house, and you're feeling thinner or than usual, or underweight or malnourished, Sun coming into conjunction with Neptune can make it very visible if you're potentially having some health issues. So be mindful of that. Neptune conjunctions are kind of iffy. We can see strange symptoms, weird things, stuff that doesn't make sense, feeling kind of under the weather, tired, lethargic, or inspired. In your case, because the Sun rules the 6th house, I would say really pay attention to your health. Very important this month, especially with the eclipses that are going to highlight that as well. All right, so then we're going to see on the 18th, this is when Mercury enters shadow. So you have the 1st of March all the way through really the 18th of March to do your Mercury retrograde work if you want to do it early. And I'm only saying this because, trust me on this, the April transits are something else. I can't even begin to fathom how I'm going to create these videos because it's that complex. So basically, you're going to have this new moon, you're going to have this Mercury retrograde, and you will also have the new moon solar eclipse at the beginning of April. So second house Aries is a place you really want to get familiar with because Mercury rules relationships and home. You're going to first of all be reassessing, what am I spending? How much money do I have? Do I have healthy self-esteem? How can I build myself up? How much money do I spend on my living situation? And, what am I investing in with partners? The reason why I tell you to do the work now before the shadow is because the shadow and the retrograde are going to be, I think, really chaotic. So preemptively, my advice is don't spend money you don't have. Get rid of things that you do not need that is somehow tied in your house to old relationships. If like an old partner gave you jewelry, or if they gave you art, or if they gave you things and you just want to forget about them and let them go, get those things out of your house. Literally, second house is physical things. You can sell things, you can give stuff away. This is a time also to scale back on your spending, to be more mindful of your money, because Mercury will retrograde in your second house, and it can be a period in April where finances kind of slow down a little bit, or there's some changes to your spending habits. And obviously contracts, leases, negotiations, buying gadgets, phones, especially leases, houses, and relationships. Those are kind of the highlighted areas, but try to do all of your Mercury things and back up your stuff prior to the retrograde shadow on the 18th. Now, eventually Mercury will go retrograde in April. It'll be the 2nd through the 25th from 15 to 27 degrees of Aries. We're going to talk about it next month. Don't worry. All right, so then we're going to see, while Mercury enters into Aries, it'll conjunct the North Node. So it's about really important conversations about where you stand in relationships, really important conversations about money. So I think you'll see that start to come in. And really, Aries is the first sign of the zodiac. Even though it's not the first house in your chart, this is the first sign. So the new year, which is kind of getting kicked off now in March as the sun goes into Aries, is being initiated through this house. So Aries is me, myself. Second house is my money, my self-esteem, my resources. So really what you're asking yourself is, what do I value? What do I possess? What do I want? What do I want to obtain? And how do I get more of it, basically? So you can be trying to figure out how to make money, how to market yourself, how to sell things, how to work from home, how to come up with more money for a living situation. You get what I'm saying? So really think about that and ask yourself that around the 18th, because I think that you're starting the process of kicking the New Year's off with making big changes revolving around how you see yourself. Your self-esteem is so important right now. On the 19th of the month, the sun enters into the second house. So you're investing in yourself, you're investing in your health, you're investing in your new ways of making money. It can be kicking off some stuff that's indicating that you're coming into a powerful period of money-making opportunity, which I believe is true with the solar eclipse there next month. And then you'll have like Venus and other planets come through there. So you'll definitely see that in the coming months. And then on the 21st of the month, we're going to see Venus conjunct Saturn. Okay, so Venus in your first house exalted. Great. I personally think Venus and Saturn love each other. Great for business, great for commitment, especially with relationships. Saturn is your goals, okay? And it can also be your friends. So it can mean that you're committing to your personal goals for yourself. Maybe you're saying, I need to spend more time with my friends. I need to network more. I need to change something about my appearance. Saturn is more conservative. So I can see you buying business attire, dressing more conservatively, making changes to your hair or your appearance, embracing getting older, and wanting to really make the necessary changes so that way you're feeling like, you're being, seen as somebody who is kind of like an authority figure, Saturn in your first house, somebody who is like professional. On the other hand, Venus conjunct Saturn can definitely bring a feeling of not being good enough, not being attractive enough, not being wanted, not being pretty. And I would say not the case. Okay, really, this is about self-love. First house is the first thing that we do in the morning. So I would say getting up in the morning, showering, or doing a little meditation, or doing a meditation on love, or doing some affirmations around self-love is really important as you move through this Venus-Saturn conjunction. And if anything, I think Venus conjunct Saturn teaches us that as we get older, we age like fine wine. So rather than resisting the aging process, it's doing it in like a graceful way, and like learning to embrace those things where I think maybe we look better as we get older, right? All right, so then we're going to see on the 22nd of the month, Mars enters your sign. So you've got Mars, Venus, Saturn, Neptune in your sign. So it's kind of like emotional whiplash. Mars and Venus is like, yes, I'm passionate about this thing. Let's do this thing. And then Saturn's like, ooh, I don't know. And Neptune's like, forget it. So you might be feeling like you're in a blender, basically. You're just like, all these things are happening at one time. You know, I'm just noticing that my moods are changing. All kinds of stuff is shifting. But I really want you guys to just practice, you know, really being involved in the things that you love the most. You know, Mars and Venus is about passion. And I really feel like it's a time to pay attention to your body and make it all about you. Mars will be there for a couple of weeks. Keep in mind, Mars rules the North Node. So this is about you getting passionate about taking action, making money, building yourself up, self-esteem, and really feeling productive. And then finally, on the 25th of the month, you're going to see a lunar eclipse in Libra. Now, this is a lunar eclipse, so it's a full moon on steroids. It's in your 8th house of completions, of transformation, joint resources, taxes, and other people's money. And it'll oppose the sun in Aries in the 2nd house. Well, these are financial houses. So usually when you have an eclipse in the 8th house, money is due, or we deal with taxes, insurance, child support, you know, inheritance, joint partnerships, you know, and the money that we have there. But this is a South Node eclipse. So it does mean that we're giving something up. We're moving away from feeling like we're reliant on those things. Why? We're integrating the North Node in the second. So it's about making your own money, becoming more self-made, self-sufficient. Now, what's interesting is that, okay, yeah, a tax bill may come from here. Sure, that might happen. But it also can mean that you're getting cut off from another person, or that you no longer have government support or partnership support, or somebody's kind of saying to you like, no, I don't have the money, or there might be a delay with a loan or with something with debt. But when we have the full moon, the ruler is Venus, and Venus is in the 1st house conjunct Saturn. So it can mean that you're like, oh, I paid my credit card off. It can mean that you're like, I don't need your money, I don't need your support, I can do it myself. And you really can. You're not just saying that. Where somebody may be offering and you're like, no, I got it. Because Venus and Saturn in the 1st house. Now, this can be an indication, possibly, that you are treating something on your skin, you're treating old age, wrinkles, fine lines, spots like that. It can mean that you're like wanting to transform something about your body. It can be surgical. It can mean that you're also recognizing and realizing that you're okay without another person. Libra can be relationships. So you're like, I'm going on my own. I don't need this other person. So whether you're taking space from somebody, or you are separating from someone, or somebody is being pushy, kind of smothering, you're like, no, I'm good. I don't need that. I'm fine. Right? And you're really leaning into this North Node in the 2nd house, building yourself back up. Now, there will also be a new moon that's going to be in Pisces in your sign. So that'll be on the 10th of March. And that'll be in your 1st house at 20 degrees. So if you have anything around Pisces, let's say 18, 19, 20, 21 degrees. That is basically where you're going to have this new moon, new you. It's in the 1st house. You'll have the new moon before Venus and Saturn and Mars hit these degrees. So basically, this is a new moon that's going to unfold over time. So you'll see as those kind of cross in the following weeks, more of that new moon is going to unfold. Really set intentions revolving around what you want, what your goals are, how you want to look, how you want to feel. The traditional ruler is Jupiter, and it'll sextile Jupiter and Taurus in your 3rd. So it's about speaking your intentions out loud, writing them down, sharing, talking to people, teaching, learning, posting online, being active on media or short distance trips. So it's really important to hold yourself accountable. Remember, Pisces is where we hold the vision, we meditate, we manifest on what's becoming real. So there's a lot of you being like, okay, I feel like I'm on my own right now, but maybe this is a good thing. And maybe it's kind of opening doors and making it possible for me to travel or learn or have more freedom. And really, you're calling in a lot of stuff right now that's going to be giving you the opportunity to have, more freedom and spontaneity. You're definitely going to see that closer to like April, May. Anyway, once again, if it's your birthday this month, happy birthday. I hope it's a good one for you. And let's see what card you get. Oh, I got the Strength card. Okay, cool. I kind of feel like it's like live and let live, and just like let things be. So much about the Strength card is about like letting whatever is meant to be come to you and not feeling like you have to rush the process. And so that can be with relationships, that can be with money, that can be with, work, career. Really, it doesn't really matter. It can apply all around. This is a card that also deals with the sun. So I wonder if this is going to be about Sun conjunct Saturn, where you're learning just to be like, I have to let things, some things are kind of, unraveling. I hate to say that, but there's a reason why they said, beware the Ides of March. And I don't say that because you're a Pisces, but this is like literally like where everything started to kind of unravel, right? The soothsayer told Caesar something was coming or that he had a vision. The late degrees of Pisces is when things wrap up. So you are learning to let go. Why? Because you realize that in doing so, you're going to be embracing all these new things, and it's going to give you the opportunity to really experience true spiritual and emotional strength, and really learning that if you let things go, new things are going to come in and fill the blanks. And I think it's actually going to be about more money, more resources, healthier self-esteem, and feeling more strong and capable on your own. Okay, so good luck with that. I hope that this was helpful for all of you guys. I really appreciate you listening to my ramblings and hearing what I have to say. I always get a kick out of coming and reading the comment section later in the month and seeing what people say. So many people say it's helpful in planning your month and just being mindful of some of the dates. Once again, do keep an eye out on the description. I will put all of the transit dates there so you can copy them. I cannot say this enough. Like, I'm not somebody who comes on here and tries to sell things to you guys. Like, I have products, I have calendars and candles and all that stuff. But the truth is like, my MO is to create as much free content for you guys as physically possible. That's why I'm here putting out these videos 4 times a week. But I cannot stress enough how significant April is going to be. So be back here. Make sure you're subscribed, first of all, so that way you can see next month's horoscopes. But subscribe so you can see me talk about these eclipses that are coming in, so you can hear about the Mercury retrograde. Please, I'm doing something very different. I'm going to sit down and probably spend about an hour on each rising sign, and I'm going to give you guys channeled messages and talk to you about what you need to be aware of with these eclipses. Very different format than what I usually do, but I'm trying to work with all the energies in Pisces right now, and it doesn't always have to be what you see. It's what you hear. It's what you believe. And I want to like integrate like some kind of prayer or blessing or like a meditation for each of the 12 signs to really help you guys wrap up that area of your chart so you can embrace what's actually coming in and like clear the necessary stuff that we need to clear in the Pisces area of our chart, so we can really start anew in the new year. When we get into Aries season, we have a solar eclipse next month. So I hope that you guys like that. It's not something that I would typically do. I know you guys like to see me, but I'm going to try to channel these messages, so I think it's going to be in a different format. So I hope that you do consider picking that up and purchasing it. So make sure that you check out my website, sign up for my newsletter. I won't spam you. You're only going to get alerts when we have new stuff coming out. And as always, thank you guys so much. I appreciate all of your likes, comments, shares, and I will catch you guys back here next month in April. It's going to get interesting. It's going to get real interesting. So enjoy the month ahead, and I will see you all very, very soon. Take care.